solid. Like, I think the biggest thing was their offense. It was only 5 rounds that they won, but on a map like this, which defenders have a very big advantage, that was enough to really get them a lead later on once these swaps around those sides. Tied game. The next map, Ascent, was in fact Serenity Black's pick. So will we see another dominant performance like we saw on the first map?
Yeah, it's hard to say, especially so they had the choice Serenity between Ascent and Breeze. Serenity don't really play Breeze. They played it like twice ever, and so it's hard. It's hard to say like if they elected to go Ascent because oh yeah we're just really good at Ascent, which they are, by the way. I think they have like a over 70% win rate on that map, but they also just don't play Breeze. So to be honest with you, it's hard to call it left or right. What I can call is, man, Allen had a fantastic performance, didn't he? I mean, I don't know if the 30 bomb was actually completed. Let me take a look.
It was just right there at the cusp.
Yeah, I mean, that's magical stuff. I mean, listen, I was building the guy up from the beginning. I knew what was possible, but just seeing it on the server come out and play like that is magical.
And just to give a little comparison, we talked about Valorant and their average combat score being one of the highest in the tournament and in playoffs. Their average has been around 285, and in this game, their average combat score was 379. So playing way above that really great precedent they've already set for themselves. Ico was not too far behind. Looked really, really good on the Raze after playing a very different role in the previous map, playing the Sky, I believe. They're actually playing the Cypher in the last map, so they had a very different role this time around, much more aggressive. 332 average combat score, but still was not enough to get their team across the finish line. And I think, again, it goes back to Neon just not having the same performance they did on that first map. That Jet, you need them to get value. I mean, G-Man coming into this map wasn't a top fragger in their own right on the Jet, but still put up at least double digits, was able to get in and out of position, was able to give a lot of pressure with the operator that they had in their hand most of the time.
Yeah, big frags from Valen. Neon going from the top to the bottom, also not helpful for the score line, but a close affair nonetheless. They're on Icebox. We're going to be headed to Ascent, but first, we get your snacks. Maybe pick some popcorn, water, walk around a little bit, stretch out, because we are in for a massive map number 3. We'll be back in a few. See you then.
like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Once again by Vincent, and here we are, Vincent, here on map 3 Ascent.
Indeed, we are. Ascent. Well, this is the old classic, isn't it? We always see Ascent here, and the fact that we're seeing it as the final map, I think actually makes it a bit more exciting. Normally, I'm like, oh, Ascent, yeah, it's
The
great.
opener. It's always, it's like always the first map, so I totally agree with you on that.
But now it's actually the closer, and that means that now the fact that it actually tends to be relatively close, especially when both teams know what's going on. Like, I mean, again, clearly Scoundrel Pros and Serenity Black both going to be at least decent at this map, and so for me, it's really about Scoundrel Pros. Serenity Black, they're proven. They have about a 70% win rate on this map. It's absolutely solid, and so they had the same on Haven. We saw how that came out. Can Scoundrel Pros step up, make the difference, and change the Haven narrative?
We'll see if that happens, and we should see two very similar compositions here. I think we're mostly going to see the Metacomp, the Astra, the Jet, the Sova, the Sky, but the one difference maker that we might see is the Killjoy versus the Cypher, so that Sentinel difference. We've already seen that there is a preference for the Cypher on the side of Serenity Black. They ran it on Haven pretty effectively, and I believe that they've also been running it on Ascent. So we'll have to see how that ends up going for them. And I don't dislike the Cypher. I liked it a lot more on Haven than I liked it here. But Killjoy is just so versatile. She's good because she's not just another body when you're on the attacking ground. Her turret can be great at stopping rotations, so can her alarm bot. Her nanostorms are great at stopping a diffuse, or the nanostorm can also just stop a rotation. She's got really good util. Well, she might be defensive sided. She can still do a lot on the attacking ground. Cypher, besides a camera, he really can't do anything to enter a point.
Yeah, and well, again, maybe something that you won't have known, but Serenity Black, long time have been committed to that Cypher play on Ascent. It's been something that I always have. I mean, criticized maybe is a strong word, but asked questions about, maybe more accurate. Whereas we already saw, like you said, you know, the Strategy Pros, they already are clearly okay with that Killjoy, but we are going to be getting down to some agent selections here as we move in towards Ascent. We'll see if what we expect comes to fruition. I can also add that though Bude was playing, I think it was Bude who was playing on the Killjoy over on Haven. He actually does prefer the Cypher in general. It's just that Killjoy, obviously, he thinks is better.
But this is interesting. We're actually going to see Valen go in with the Reyna. And my guess is that this is a bit of a swap up from the usual, but it worked out so well on Icebox. Why would you stop that frag potential from coming through? The other question is, what does Bude play here? Do they play Killjoy or do they play the Sky?
Oh, man, that is a hard decision, to be fair. But you know what I like to say, Jack? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And well, Valen on the Reyna, it certainly ain't broke.
No, it is not. I mean, 30 bomb, insane average combat score, raising that average that already has been one of the best in the tournament. Looks like that's the question that maybe they're asking themselves right now, is they have not picked anyone up. They're going to go with the Killjoy. So no healing on their side except for Reyna's self-heal ability. Everyone else, once they take damage, it's going to be permanent. You know, Serenity Black, they are going to run that Cypher. Whether it works or whether they run it into the ground, they are sticking to it. We'll have to see if we get any answers to that question of whether or not it's the right choice.
Yeah, like I said, Serenity, this has been their the tale as old as time for them. They on the other side of things, to be fair, man, Nick has always been committed to this Astra ever since it came out. So I gotta give credit where it's due, because you know, back when the Astra was a bit of a question mark after the last patch, and even still some players playing Omen, I think that Astra is basically better in every way on Ascent in particular, and Nick has rolled with it the entire time. So you know, it's clear that Serenity, whenever they make decisions, they stick to them, and I can respect that.
They have been nothing but consistent, but can they be consistent here on what is the last map of the series? Remember what's at stake here. It's a place in the semifinals. If you get in the semifinals, you get at least a shot at that prize pool. Third place does still get part of that $2,000 they're currently competing for here at the PlayerzZone Invitational 2K. First round going to start. It's going to be a very aggressive push from Serenity Black. Looks like they're going to try to rush into A.
Yeah, they're met with a gravity well, and well, you can see what that has done to their push. Quickly dismantles it. Nick, one trade, and the plant gonna go down courtesy of Nick, but now you have to defend versus 4, and already a flank coming in, and it's just so fast. Serenity Black go down.
Is really clean, and you know, we were saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Who is the first one who gets the pick? Of course, Valen. Just immediately is able to slaughter the first person that runs and able to get out too. Able to get that economy a little bit healthier for the entirety of Scrounge Pros. They did not, they had one death. It was Caden who fell, but for the most part, an almost flawless round. Now they're gonna go for the Spectre buy. And again, like we've seen this with Serenity Black, they've committed to the Cypher knowing that they'd be an attack first. So really they're just playing to stop the bleeding early on. They want to take as many rounds as possible. 4 or 5 is probably their ideal solution, because it's really hard to win on an attack in a sense, especially if you try to go to B. A is almost what you're going to be going to all the time. You're going to be running into a lot of utility from Astra, so it's like pick your poison right now. It's not going to be a very fun time for Serenity Black for the first few rounds.
No, they don't have anything to utilize either. Valid. 1-2. Dismiss. Come back for more, just in case. Though this time met with a gravity well and no bullets. So at least one kill does go the way of Serenity, but it's just the one. As Bude cleans things up. Some nice damage done, but that doesn't really matter. Strategy Pros, easy 2-0.
Easy 2-0. We'll see what Serenity Black can do now here on the bonus round. And this is a very interesting play from BCJ. It makes sense. You always see this with the Sova, with the Odin, the spray and pray on B on Garage. Don't see it usually at a third round though, when the rest of the tier team isn't buying. But this Odin, it can carry games. I'm thinking of Blackheart. They were going wild on this weapon in the last series we covered in that round of 16. We'll see if BCJ can get the job done with it.
By wild, you mean 18-3 in a, what, 13-1 victory or something ridiculous like that?
Yeah, it was insane.
it was outrageous, to say the least. And Scratcher Pros, they're looking for some aggression. They did get aggressive there at A, not really met with anything. It's really mid-control that has been the Serenity Black plan, and that guiding light does do some blinding, but not good enough for the second frag. Missed shots from G-Man allow for Neon to find success. Reload not going to come in. It's a little bit too quick for Valen, as now, despite it being a 3v3, this push at A seems to be a little bit disjointed. One player coming from catwalk and two coming in from the A main position, but considering the nebula and everything else, Dublin's gonna have to kind of make a move before they can actually move in here.
We'll see the way they're positioning now. They do, but Dublin is gonna be able to at least find the crossfire. It's still a lead though for Serenity Black, but BCJ not even able to fire off a shot. The headshot coming in from Aiko. That looked really dangerous there for Serenity Black. Especially if Dublin had thrown, I think they were trying to go for the recon bolt. Decides against it at the last second. Doesn't see the person right across from them, but it's enough for the crossfire to come through. Serenity Black, they do not give up that bonus round. They are on the board.
And a big one to win. Remember we talked about, Jag, how if you lose that initial gun round, it's really hard to kind of come back in there, but they're already there. They've got the confidence and they can try to move on. What do you think the plan should be from them on the attack here as we move forward into what should be the first like actual gun round for both teams?
Looks like we're gonna be going back to desk shortly, so we got a little more time to talk about that. Not sure exactly what's going on. Maybe a pause from one of the players. Looks like Neon was not moving, so I'm wondering if there's some connection issues there. I was going to say, they don't have any ultimates yet, and Neon cannot go for a full buy, so that's really the one thing that's not in their favor. We see now they've tried to go for aggressive pushes on the 2 rounds that they could, the pistol, and then the last round on the bonus. I say swap things up. Don't go all in, especially when you don't have a full buy for all your players. Neon's finally coming back into form, so try to set up a play where they can capitalize. Maybe try to go for mid again, but a little bit slower than last time. I think that's kind of the play. Just swap up momentum, try to catch the other team off guard a little bit. So I think they're going to be expecting another ruthless aggression attempt. And it's only worked, one time. The pistol round did not work out at all.
I mean, that's very much true. And so what I'm hearing is utilize the default. Be clear and precise about what the plan is. And in that case, it's not necessarily having a plan. It's just being patient, waiting out any sort of aggression. And we have seen the aggression come through already on the anti-eco round from the likes of Scrounge and Pros. So we know they're not afraid to get a forward position. And, well, in this case, maybe get punished for it, right?
Yeah, and the one piece of information I'm not sure that they have is that there was an Odin buy in the last round. So right now, the Sova on the side, the other side is not, does not have a great economy. It has to go for the area. It's still a pretty good weapon, still the same exact play as the Odin. Basically just spray and pray from the wall, try to go for that wall bang. But if they know that they might be able to take advantage of that and go for B instead, once they get that default pick, they have not approached B once. It's been all A all the time thus far through 3 rounds. It's another thing that you could swap up. Play for default and then go B instead. I think, swapping things up can be really good. We've seen that a lot of the time. Immediately once something comes through, it looks like the defenders, they're going to run to A anyway. So maybe, catch them off guard, maybe set up a bait there after you get the default, and then send everyone the way of B.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good idea. It's a valid option for sure. I have gotten word, I believe that we are waiting on a player to restart a router. So it is going to be a minute or so. Apologies for the delay, some network troubles. That's just the way it goes with online competition. By this point, we all know the drill, I'm sure. But stick with us while we wait on that restart to come through. I think that the other thing that I wanted to mention, Jack, is starting out on the defense, it's nice that Scrounge and Pros have that defensive setup to start, because once they get onto the attack side, Sky versus Reyna, despite how good Valen is, I think Sky is like infinitely better than Reyna. So your initiation tools are sort of cut. I don't know by how much by having a Reyna instead of a Sky, but they're certainly cut. Would you agree?
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, Reyna is very feast or famine, and Sky doesn't necessarily need to be, the end all be all. She can more play around her team. I mean, she can heal her team with the overgrowth. She can use her Trailblazer to try to get some information as well as stun someone up, or she could use the Guiding Light to just flash them. So there's so much utility you can use in that kit to help get your team onto places you want to be, whether it's a site or through a hallway. Reyna on the attack, I mean, you're kind of just gonna layer and then peek and then hope for the best. So it isn't really as good of a matchup. I mean, if I'm gonna take this guy most days over the Reyna if it's a 1v1, but especially if it's a team bout or it's a 5v5, the Sky's gonna give your team a much bigger advantage.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you and I think, have discussed before that Lyra is probably the worst blind in this game, you know, just overall. Now, not to say it's useless, that's an overstatement for sure, but it definitely has its weaknesses, is where we're
You
at.
can break it. You can break it. You can get rid of it immediately.
Well, it's sitting in the same place. I mean, you could argue that you could also break the Guiding Light, but man, those things are slippery. They move. They're fast and they're hard to get to. Whereas you know, a leader, it's obvious where it's going to be. It stays in the same place, and then you're done. It's it, right? So it's something that I definitely want to be on the lookout for when Scrounged Pros adjust onto that attacking side. Will they be able to find the same sort of success? Not too sure, but well, the good news is we have had our player return. Thankfully, that router restart didn't take as long as it could have. We'll be back underway shortly.
Oh, the operator is going to be online for Scrounged Pro, so that's the Ares, and to give away a bit of information that maybe B isn't the play, and the hunt is on to A anyway. It's only the Cypher that's left around B.
Cosmic Divide going to be put out here, and well, that puts Valen on one side, the rest of Serenity on the other. Valen knows what's potentially going on. The spike gonna get planted. That nets him the push, but no, Neon on top, ready for that, and everyone else falling back. So that's Caden, though. I don't even know how he got into that position, not gonna lie. Just pushing W forward, only good for one, and it's immediately traded. Not sure what the decision-making process was there, but the good news is it's still winnable for Scrounged Pros. They do have the defuse coming through. It's Aiko, though, on the flank, really making life a little bit more difficult. But with the half already done, still with a player advantage, it's going to be tough to dislodge as BCJ is now left alone. Spike ticking low. And with low HP, Neon kind of has to play this passively, but it's too late. Too little, too late. BCJ is done. Neon goes down as well. Maybe a little bit dicey on that one, but hey.
Yeah, that was a bit of a overzealous play, I would say. The spike was about to go off. Maybe they were trying to get the operator really quickly, but instead it was picked up. So really no way for BCJ or for either of them to get out of that. But couldn't even get the kill on BCJ. Couldn't even get the weapon. Now Serenity in Black, they're starting to find a rhythm. Neon, the top fragger, returning a bit to form here. Does it to settle for the Spectre, but against a lot of Sheriffs, a Frenzy, and the Classic. So good around there to get rid of the economy of Scrounged Pros. They're going to have to go for a bit of a save here. See what this attack is. Looks like they're going to be going for mid, but look at the aggressive push right now for the defenders. They're going to run all the way around.
Well, they are, but this isn't, they're not unaware, our Serenity. They know what's going on, and Dubbin there to meet BCJ with some relative ease. And what that means is that despite the fact that this aggressive play has actually netted some great map control, I don't think it's actually going to mean that much for the victory. And indeed, Neon, with that Spectre you were talking about, going to be taking some duels. And only wins one, and it's going to be the frag there for Valen. But again, you probably don't want to use the Empress here, and maybe a bit of a whiff from Adder, but good news, Aiko there.
I just had to take a rest after getting that 2K. You know, just had to, you know, take just a few moments just to take their hands off their keyboard and mouse, relax, still get the round win. Finally have a lead here. Again, their economy still not great. They do have the Blaze Storm, so Neon does not have to commit here, but still is bot force, so they're trying to keep the credits going around. Scrounged Pros, they're gonna go for the full buy, but it's a very risky one. G-Man gonna spend all of their economy on the operator. BCJ again gonna try to get the Odin in their hands, and I'm not sure if I like this play. You're stacking the operator and the Odin on the same point. I haven't seen that very often, but regardless, Valen just doing Valen things, getting that first pick onto Neon.
I mean, I guess firepower-wise, you just have Valen on the other side of the site. It doesn't really matter what weaponry is on B. because it's not equal at all to the Val and Div is what that's been really coming down to. That Blade Storm for Serenity no longer an option, considering that opening duel. And well, Scouts Pros, they are okay to fall back and just let live until the push comes in.
Ultimate's still online for Serenity Black. They could try to use Seekers, Hunter's Fury, or a Neural Theft. But the Neural Theft will need a body, which they have not been able to find, as they have not been able to get a kill this round just yet. On the other side, Cosmic Divide, Blade Storm, Empress. And I really quickly just want to touch on the Cosmic Divide we saw earlier from Nick. I thought that was very smart. We usually don't see the point kind of cut up like that, split up like that, but without the lockdown, there's really no way to force anyone back. Instead, they took the half they wanted, got the plant. They won that round pretty decisively. That was a few rounds ago. This round, currently very slow.
Well, you asked for a corpse. Well, there is one just in case.
Your trail.
But it's the Seekers that go out, and it actually is going to be a bit of a bait and switch. B going to be the place to go, though with that tag, Bude's bot finds success. 10 seconds on the clock. They've got to go, got to move, but there's so many players in the way that Serenity Black have run out of time.
Adder might be able to get another one on the way out. Does not, and I feel like they baited themselves. So they thought they were making the smooth move going to B, but that mid control was still there for the defenders. They had the turret up there in market to stop anyone from going there. They still had BCJ there, who was waiting with the Odin. Great rotation there on the defense to hold down mid, make sure that that wasn't given up. Turning back, kind of played themselves a little bit there. Still able to buy, still have the Blaze Storm online. When it comes down to what Adder does here, it's going to go for the Spectre. So they're really going to force this one, try to make sure that this round, where all things are tied up, doesn't go down without a fight.
Get out of my way.
I like that they're playing aggressively for it. You know, you could always just give it up, but that's a losing mentality, you know? Go for it, give it your best shot, the old college try, and well, Neon gives it a try, but fortunately it's a whiff. Only one blade left in his arsenal. Push here towards B is sort of halfway coming through, considering all the utility. That's the big problem. It sort of stopped Serenity in their tracks. And with mid control now, they fall back and look towards A.
Are they going to beat the quarter? Caden is going to be right there. Tries to dodge. The guiding light doesn't matter. Neural Theft out, 2 kills. This is looking great right now for Serenity Black.
I'm a fan of taking out that door, though you could have some more presence on Cat. Still 3v5, so winnable, albeit difficult. G-Man, operator, in position. Cage still allowing for a spot, but Aiko, spam, spam, spam. Eventually, he will win as 3 kills go his way at the end of the round. Like I said, aggression paying off for Serenity.
They go for a bit of a weird buy. They mostly force. It works out. They get the operator out of the hands of the defenders. They don't even want it. They're just like, you know what? We're going to make sure you don't have it as well. There's not really a good sightline here as an attacker. To be able to take the lead once again, have Hunter's Fury online. This should be a pretty easy round for them. And they're going to be looking for default. They've let the spike in spawn. They're not going to rush them to a point. They know they can take their time because they have the better weaponry and they don't want to force themselves into a situation where a sheriff is lined up against their heads.
Yeah, no, that's not ideal. And there's quite a few sheriffs to contend with in this round. So there's the first one going down. BCJ falling to Dubbin. Mid control is sort of gained. I mean, Dubbin just kind of jittering the mid box as well as Neon pushes forward. The G-Man alive and well, fragging to be found. And he's found a double there in middle as both those players go and fall. Right clicks unsuccessful. Aiko down, or rather Aiko taking Bude down. Puts this into a 3-on-3, but Jack, this is a little bit dicey here for Serenity.
It is, especially because there's a lot of weapons down that can be picked up. I was like, G-Man actually picked up another sheriff. Now they can finally pick up a weapon, a real weapon, the Phantom. So that firepower will be a little bit even, and there is a Cosmic Divide that's available right now. So they could try to use it on the defensive side, though I'm not exactly sure where you'd even try to push it. And they lose Vale, and that's really bad, but they trade it out for Nick.
Not bad. G-Man obviously trying to kind of find the positioning, find the awareness, and does find one. He's got 3 on the round at the moment, but Aiko winning his gun duel and a second one as well. Another triple kill for Aiko, 2 in a row, in fact. Serenity Black are continuing to find victories, but they are limited in scope.
They are, but Aiko really, I just want to hone in on how good they've been doing. I mean, they really shined when they were able to play the Rays, but this Cypher was still pretty dang good on Haven as well. One of the rounds that unfortunately wasn't on stream, but we got to catch was that it was the pistol round, and Aiko got 4. So it seems like when they're fragging, it's like triple kills, quad kills. It's never just 1 or 2. Aiko just right place, right time, landing their shots. Serenity Black now is gonna have to go into a full buy coming out from the defenders. And once again, this operator and this Odin on the same side, but they're not even looking at that. They're just gonna throw it into the Seekers.
Blinded, so blinded. Man, Valen just chain flashed to left, right, and center there. Really had no chance, if we're being honest. And 4 players now to retake it. They do have the lockdown, so be on the lookout for that.
Out of charges.
Oh, and there it is.
Honestly, I was waiting for that too, and I was waiting for this as well. The Hunter's Fury immediately gonna come out to counter it.
Oh, well, talk about counters. Neon's countering everyone. 3 kills now. Waiting for the push to the smoke, but well, running into the spray. Another double for Aiko. 3 there for Neon, and a full house among the 2.
I think that ultimate combination there was just a little misplayed. I liked it. It's kind of what you see in attack a lot with the lockdown and then the cosmic divide, but there, as the defenders, they use the lockdown first. And the problem with that is that the Hunter's Fury is immediately going to cancel it. If you use that cosmic divide first, you can't see where it is. You have no idea where you'd even be firing it unless you ran right into the lockdown device. Instead, just the wrong order. It feels like those misplays, that miscommunications that we talked about a lot on Haven, starting to show up here once again on Ascents.
Yeah, and it's looking like another round where the A push is coming forward. This time, though, it's against a much less than ideal purchase. But with all 5 players here, basically, Serenity would have been dangerous to push forward through that. They elect to fall back and regroup elsewhere.
Like it might be a bait. You saw the guiding light was out, but instead they decided to keep it for another day. Rotation is now on to B, but the defenders they know what's going on. They have already rotated towards mid. They've already rotated towards B. This won't be as free real estate as they might have thought on the side of Serenity Black.
And talk about full send. Scrounge and Pros, from one site to another, they all rotate. And it is sort of off the back of the information from the Jet, who pushed up through mid and got the spawn information, but this push comes through. It is going to be into a lot of players, and well, that Gravity Well looking to stop things. Another as well, viewed up close and personal with a double. That Sheriff put to work out with the trade, but it's a little too late, and Valen's still very much alive and well on the site. Not looking the right direction. There was Adder, but still with 12 seconds now, you have to try in 1v3. 2 players left, but it's not enough, and it's huge. Thrifty rounds coming through from Scrounge and Bros.
And G-Man on that rotation, on that flanking, all the information they need was huge. It was just enough pressure for Serenity Black to not really know what they want to do. They waited so long to finally push into B. They thought they had the perfect setup. It did not work out. Luckily for them, they still can buy, but it's a thrifty round win for Scrounge and Pros, and that's really, really bad, honestly, for them, for Serenity Black, because now that buy is coming to fruition. G-Man again with this operator, but no Odin this time. BCJ instead gonna settle for the Phantom. This operator is gonna play in a very different position. This is usually how you see the operator play. Very close on A, and then you back up to Heaven. But G-Man gonna commit the Blade Storm.
I love that decision. Playing it close, playing it personal. Lots of util going back and forth, left and right. Lear out as well. And G-Man sort of forced back off the back of that decision. And this time it's Adder to come through the smoke, but Kane's far too prepared. There's the push on Catwalk, also unsuccessful. All on to Nick, and Nick's down and dusted.
Only 1 round left before halftime. They get to keep the operator, they get the round win. They've won 2 in a row. This looking like it might be a tie ball game going into halftime. Serenity Black, their economy, I do not think it was looking too hot. Let's see what their buy ends up being here. Looks like for the most part, everyone should be able to get at least something. They're gonna have to settle for light armor, but they will get the full arsenal.
Pretty decent, all things considered. 2 rounds lost. They did a good job of building their economy there.
And they're gonna, this is an interesting play. So Neon actually decides, instead of going for the light armor, they're gonna go for the judge and go for the full armor. And that tells me that this is gonna be a very aggressive play from Neon, but can't be aggressive into 100's theory.
Well, certainly can be aggressive into an operator. And G-Man has shown Ico the way on that one. Bladestorm now popped after grabbing a ult orb. Valen as well is at B this time in order to back up G-Man's op, but with 2 leaders gone and a frag already up, they are just okay to push back and allow for the additional utility to go forward. That's an unfortunate timing. G-Man now in mid finds the first frag. They're in that position. Neon is, along with Nick, the sole 2 survivors here, vulnerable as well, but Bladestorm still online. That might be the only positive, and well, that positive now not even online. 1v3, and it's all over. 6-6 the score line. Like you said, it's all tied up.
It really goes back to that 30 round. Again, they came out. If they hadn't gone that, I think this would have probably been 7-5, 8-4, but here we are, 6-6. Did the best of what they had, made it work, and were able to kind of just roll through the rest of that half. Let's see what they do now. They're on the attack, but this is usually not a scoreline you'd see on a set, honestly. I would say, all in all, Serenity Black did a very good job on their attacking round. Getting 6, that's pretty impressive. Question is, can they regroup and recalibrate after kind of faltering near the end before halftime?
Yeah, I mean, it was especially when we saw Scrounged Pros get their economy underneath them that they actually started to just roll. It was until that point, it felt like Scrounged Pros just never had answers. They never had the weaponry to contend with Serenity.
Now everyone is on the same playing field as we start this pistol round. Looks like a very aggressive B push. The door to market has already been broken, and I could never even had a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he didn't look that direction, but it doesn't really matter because it was a quick frag, basically quick as you like, as Scrounged Pros placed down the spike. 3 players coming in for the retake, so it is a winnable, and Neon is dashed into the middle of things. All 3 players back boathouse, so despite the low HP, maybe, no, not gonna happen. As G-Man, BCJ both find success. It's back down to Nick, who does have this automatic frenzy, but has been tagged down heavily. Can't really expect all too much, and well, normally that bot would be a small thing, but actually would have been deadly, considering though it's BCJ to put down Nick before the bot can get to him.
Neon there had a great play, but then just went too far in. Had to back up, had to regroup with Adder and Nick instead. Ends up falling. Adder is caught out completely off guard. They were trying to rotate, I think, maybe get a regrowth off or something, try to provide some sort of cover or fire that would get them out of the situation, but Neon fell first. Adder, no man's land, and then it was just up to Nick, who just fortunately could not clutch out that situation. Gonna be another lead now for the attacking side. Looking good. They're gonna get a Bulldog, so I'm actually surprised about that. I was saying the Bulldog, you don't see that anywhere but Icebox, but here we are seeing it once again on a sense.
It can be a pretty solid, second round gun. It's not as expensive, obviously, as the Phantom with the Vandal, but it gives you the, it's obviously a very, a decent weapon to spray down with, so a little bit of extra security, maybe, as Serenity. Of course, on the eco here, and Neon might be good for one with the shorty. All depends on this scenario, and there it is, one and done. As G-Man finds both of those frags, lines him up, knocks him down. Kaden is well involved. Seems the BCJ might be aware of Adder there, but ultimately not gonna find it yet.
Doors closed. Adder is cut off, is weak, cannot heal himself, can only heal the rest of the team. And The only person that's left right now for the rest of the team is Dublin. We'll see what they can do. Only a classic to their name and a few shock darts.
Last player standing.
And now it's only them. This is just not a winnable round now.
Nice little tag, but no frag to follow. So there we go. 2 rounds of the lead for Scrounge and Pros. We haven't seen this since the pistol. For the first
No,
half.
they have not. They have been down for quite a while. Now they're finally back on top of the round score. Serenity Black actually had a great opportunity there to trade out 2 more. There were 2 members of Scrounge that were really, really weak. Couldn't find those final shots, and that could be a big oopsie daisy going forward that they weren't able to find those final blows. This is going to be their bonus round, so they might be able to bring one back here. Scrounge and Pros, their economy could have been way worse after that. Instead, they were 4 strong.
And it is the full bonus. Only that one bulldog being thrown in for Scrounge and Pros. Well, Adder and Nick both pushing forward, but they're gonna get tagged. And oh, there, Neon getting involved. Nick as well with the frag. Adder trying to 2 directions at once, but fortunately he gets away with his life. It's just barely his life, but 1 HP is enough to live on.
I say at that point, just hide if you're this guy. Live to fight another day. Do not dig into your economy. Let everyone else handle this. Stay alive also for the regrowth so you can heal up the rest of your team. It looks like Caden still wants to press up onto A despite the fact that the entirety of Serenity Black, except for the Sova, are there.
I feel as if they're kind of stuck, considering there might be mid players coming, and it seems like that's what Caden was just looking for.
Standing.
Swing, not successful. Attempt again, gone. Ico and Neon both closing the round, and it is ultimately a flawless.
This is where the real game starts once again, Vincent. Everything is going to be on even footing. Serenity Black, they lose this. That lead will continue to grow on the other side. They do win it. It's tied up, and they will have a nice little economy advantage going forward. And it looks like this can't be a full buy, actually, because right now, Valen will have to settle for light armor. So will BCJ. There isn't a bit of an armor advantage here, and Dublin is going to finally buy the Odin. We saw this a lot on this side from BCJ. Didn't feel like it found a lot of value. We'll see if the Odin is more dominant this time around.
Yeah, I'm with you that, it was okay from BCJ, but it certainly wasn't, incredible. But they also didn't hit at B all that often when he had it. But, I mean, that's a fantastic flank from Adder. Really dispatching BCJ before he could get involved in the round. A site is technically open, and technically there's a pick there, but neither the attack nor the defense have pushed forward. It's actually B that is where the spike is headed, and Dublin is quite ready for this push. Dispatching Butte on the initial swing, gonna throw out the Owl Drone in order to get even more info. It's G-Man who's now tagged. Gonna have to wait just a little bit. And the rest of the team coming in for support. Serenity Black in good stead.
I say Adder isn't just completely caught out. They're trying to rotate back through market, but unfortunately makes it a tie ball game again. Serenity Black had an advantage. It's gone, and now the full rotation is going to A. Ico, not sure if they have a lot of utility there. It looks like it's really just the Astra Stars. I don't see any tripwires down.
He's got one of them in his pocket. And finding that one frag. Valen goes down. So, to be fair, that's a heavy hitter. Blaze Storm could be online for G-Man. Should it be a necessity? But now it's only a 1v2. Caden going to remove G-Man, and the push coming in. That's what timing. That is ridiculous. As Neon does eventually fall to Caden, but oh boy, that was close.
That was super close. The way they peeked that Caden with the cojones there. Just a second earlier, half a second earlier, they would have definitely been headshot, but it just fell. The wall, the Cosmic Divide was there at the exact moment they needed. And it's really unfortunate there for Dublin. They had a great sightline on B, able to get that kill, but they just didn't commit to shooting in hell. I think if they had just, gone for a few shots there, would have been a much different story. Instead, they played a bit more passive. Let the attackers get their way. And now they're going to be going in with the Blade Storm.
That Blade Storm does work out well for Serenity initially. Neon with the opening jewel. Blade Storm on the other side too. So remember, it's not just over yet. Empress as well as a possibility. G-Man now dispatching with Dubbin. That was a very forward position, but now, despite G-Man falling back, all Serenity have to try and clear this angle in these situations. Though, fortunately, the help is here, and they do that relatively quickly. Empress being popped as well. Now 4v4 on the retake. As Adder's coming in from the door side. Push forthcoming. Nick around the cage. It's Adder with the opening jewel, and Valen goes down, so no more Empress to be found. Kane with a double, though, underneath Heaven, making life hell for this push, and it's Caden with 3 on G-Man to close things out as well with the pistol.
The problem there was that, I mean, Adder does get value on the flank, does get one from Tree, but the rest of the team is just falling so weak at that point that there's no regrowth here, there's no healing, so Nick really can't do much of anything there. Immediately fell to like 5 health. Neon had an opportunity there to actually catch G-Man off guard, had the angle, had the knives out, but the Blade Storm doesn't do enough, and instead you saw G-Man, Valen able to rotate into hell, able to play out of there, able to secure the round win. And now double digits for the attacking side. Only 3 more for them to clinch up this series. Coming very clutch here if they're able to do so after losing the first map pretty decisively.
Indeed. Lots of ults here for Serenity, though. So, at the very least, they could have that advantage going for them. That being said, it really is on Scrounging Pros to define kind of how these engagements go as they're the attackers, and right now they're playing pretty passively.
This are gonna come in, going fishing is Dubbin, not gonna find anything to bite at the line. That's one ultimate down the drain. Still 2 more. Have the Seekers as well as the Neural Theft. Only Hunter's Fury on the other side as the attackers making their way towards A.
Adder's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Flashes himself, not the look we were looking for, and well, Halen spraying through the box, finds a frag. Devin swings, but it's only going to be a short-lived idea as Halen swaps off of the spike in order to dispatch the pushing player. 2 players left alive here, and it seems a bit desperate.
Player standing.
I wanted to know if this random would work out once again after it was so good on Icebox. I think we have our answer right now because they are doing incredible. Now Serenity Black only has 1 member left. It's the Cypher. They might be able to get an exit pick here depending on this peek from Boot. Does get it. Boot is down. BCJ is there for the follow-up. Still a great round for the attackers. Only 2 away now from taking this series home and moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and in all fairness, I think our logic was good on the Reyna, but when Valen's just getting double kills and triple kills so often, it kind of just entirely denies that fact. I mean, it's like, who cares? You're killing people too fast.
Well, that's the power of Reyna, right? She's not a team player, but if you can pop off on her, it's a big difference maker. If you're finding kills left, right, and center, doesn't matter about the abilities that Sky has, what Sky can do for the team. There's no team left to actually help.
Yeah, team's dead. D-E-D, and, well, it's B to where they go, and that's disgusting. BCJ dispatching Aiko without a final thought, entirely through the smoke and through the door. Aiko thought he had some time, but Neon gonna have to try to connect some of these shots. It's really gonna be tough, though. It's a very solid setup. A couple players on site. You talk about not wanting to play back Boathouse, and well, this is exactly the kind of setup that I think you were looking for.
It is exactly the sort of setup. You do still have one on the backup point, but you're not letting them push in for free. You're being very aggressive. You're covering all angles and all sight lines, and Serenity Black, despite having still a good amount of members left alive, they just can't really figure out much of anything.
They were maybe waiting for an opening, and that opening never came, or alternatively trying to keep everyone inside the site, force them into a losing scenario. And well, Dubbin, it's always going to be a losing scenario when you walk into
Match
the
point.
spike and go down. Collecting some bereavement bills though for his trouble as he cashes in.
This is they have to win this. I mean, it's now or never right now for Serenity Black. They lose this, it's lights out. It's time to go home and pack it up for this tournament. They're gonna force as much as they can. They're gonna get the operator. Neon's gonna have to find that clutch potential they had before, and they are gonna buy an Odin, but it's not going to be Dubbin. It's actually going to be Aiko that has it, has the camera up as well. So same idea, different way to get there, but still no one is going to be.
Aggressive Shark Dart should have done a lot of damage, and well, the Hunter's Fury gonna go out as well, though that's from Trojan Pro's side. Lockdown invested, as is the as is the Cosmic Divide. My apologies, is everything coming together. G-Man still on the sides. It's denied. Hunter down, or rather with that frag, and Caden blind as a bat, unable to connect. Still winnable here for Serenity, but it's going to be a tough one. They start to defuse. Halfway already gained. The Nano Swarm does finally dispatch Aiko, though. And now the secondary Nano Swarm as well coming in to play. Two players left alive, making it solo. It's Devin alone. And Scrounge and Pros with the win.
It's really unfortunate versus Serenity Black. They looked so good on that first map in the series. They looked amazing on Haven, but here, not able to get it done. They played a little bit of an off-meta comp, just a bit of a difference with that Cypher. Instead of the Killjoy, it didn't work out on the other side. We saw a great swap, no side. Just bring out the best character you can have for one of your best players. Valen going to be on that Reyna, looking very proficient throughout all of that. And I mean, we talked about a little bit of miscommunication on one side, but I think for Serenity Black, there were just a few mispositioning. So not miscommunications, but just being at the wrong place at the wrong time, either being stuck in tree, being stuck in hell. I mean, if they were able to get out of their own Cosmic Divide there, who knows? Maybe that's turnable. But instead, they were cut out, and how that Astra had no chance of getting out, was immediately ran up on by G-Man. And once you lost that first domino, all of the rest of the pieces started to fall.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good way to put it. I think, you know, it was a sort of a domino effect there to end things, and with G-Man playing so phenomenally as well on map 3, it also added to the difficulty that was the Valen difference, and it really was just hard to find so many answers to so many different problems. You know, when you got G-Man doing one thing, Valen on the other side of thing not only has huge clutch potential, but also gets triple kills and double kills left, right, and center. It's hard to focus on your own game, on where you're going, on how you're playing. And so with that, it's just the Scrounge and Pros just that tiny bit better to bring it over that edge.
As my camera says to stop doing its dance party, that is going to be the end of the quarterfinals. We got the semifinals coming up in just a little bit. We're going to be bringing in 2 new casters for that, but don't worry, we'll be back for the grand finals in just a jiffy. But before we do that, I want to give a shout out to Community Gaming. Today's Valorant tournament is sponsored by Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments for games like Valorant, League of Legends, Hearthstone, and more. They also support a wide variety of grassroots tournaments, offering tools and guidance to organizers to help put on their events. Head to communitygaming.io to learn more.
Indeed. And on top of that, I do want to shout out one more time PlayerzZone. They are an esports bar in East Rochester. They're open right now. Definitely check them out if you're in that area. And they're the reason that we are able to put on this event. They're providing an awesome prize pool. And as well, they've supported us in prior events as well. Remember the Val Am event this past winter was courtesy of them too. So, with all that said, like Jag was mentioning, we are going to bid you all farewell for the semis, but we'll be back for the finals, and we'll be taking a short break to get those semifinals set up. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
tears around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. go.
Invincible.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. What good is a kid? Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day. Man, you know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do.
You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now when it come on, and we pull out with the action. Just keep on the feed, those they don't get it like.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
series, and now we're here, Mafia versus Goodfellas. The first map is going to be Ascent. Now, I mean, Doc, we just had Ascent a little bit ago.
Yeah.
What are your expectations for these teams?
And that's so tough having not seen the Goodfellas matchup before this one, but the Mafia looked amazing there. It wasn't even their map pick either, which goes to show how well they can play this map. And it's all going to come down to their duelists. They did so much work in the earlier series, just absolutely popping off and really taking the game by storm. And I mean, it was just a really crazy thing watching Dynamic really escalate and really control the pace of the game. And we saw them get the knife ace as well. Like, that was just such a pivotal moment in that series, even though it was kind of at the end of a game, but like it still matters because it went on into the
Oh
next
yeah.
game, and it's brutal. And if Goodfellas are prepared for it and they're ready to really go pound for pound with the duelists of Mafia, we could have a series on our hands.
Hopefully, I'm hoping we get some like you said, pound for pound. I don't want this to be a sweep. I do not want this to be any kind of sweep.
You
Hopefully, I
just
didn't
want
just
Breeze
cast a curse
again.
it.
That's all you want. You just want to go to Breeze.
I mean, honestly, I'd be okay with Icebox. I don't like playing Icebox, but watching Icebox is nice. But yeah, I do
well,
want a third map.
guaranteed Icebox. So
Yeah, good. That's okay. That's fine. That's totally fine. But real quick, let's take a quick look at the agent select. We already have Mafia completely locked up. Almost. Dim Sum is getting a little bit situated on the smoking character. We have yet to see a controller for the Mafia. But again, our first map of this second match tonight on PlayerzZone, it's going to be Ascent, which we actually just saw. Mafia just came off of this map. Beautiful 2-0 victory over Lemonade Stand, where on Haven they won 13-5, and then they went straight to Ascent 13-6. And now we're on Ascent one more time, versus Goodfellas. And altogether, I've seen, obviously we've seen both these teams in the past. Goodfellas is kind of a question mark for me. I've seen them play every now and then, but this roster is it's been switched around a couple times, a little bit new to me. But all in all, I'm definitely ready to see the action here on Ascent.
yeah, I mean, looking at the Goodfellas so far, they've beaten out the Professionals, and they have also beaten out Zealous, a team that we watched yesterday as well, to great effect. So, again,
Oh yeah.
we're at the stage of the tournament where there's no slouches left. Everybody is showing up today. They're showing out as well and making sure that they can at least compete for, obviously, the grand prize here at the end of the day, which is all of that beautiful, crisp green money. And it's just, you have to show up. Today's the day. You don't get it tomorrow. You got to show up today. You got to win all your matches. And so far, both of these teams have done just that.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. There's no second chances here. This is, I mean, there is at the moment. There is. It's a best of three. If one of these teams loses Ascent, you have Icebox as a chance. But if you lose two in a row, then sorry, you're going home with nothing to show for it, unfortunately. But all in all, this is definitely shaping up to be a pretty good match. We got double Astra, double Jet, double Sky, double Sova, and of course, our traditional Killjoy and Cypher for either side here. But real quick, let me just go over some stats for Goodfellas. For Ascent, they have a 72% win rate out of 18 games. They've only lost 5 out of 18 games on Ascent. So, I mean, Goodfellas is coming into this looking... They've played 17, and they've won 13 of those. So, again, Goodfellas looking very strong on both these first two maps, but the question is, are they going to be able to bring that here tonight, or are we going to see a little bit of a switcheroni from Mafia? Let's see.
Am I crazy, or did I just see an Icebox clip?
I did. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so
I
it's
did
not-
too. It's
Not
okay.
just me then. All right, good to know.
No, you're not losing
But
your mind. We're all right.
We will get to that in just a couple minutes. We're already into it. Here's the pistol round for Ascent between these two teams. This is a semi-final matchup, by the way. The winner here will go on to the grand finals. So, again, big stakes on a big stage, and the teams are going at it. So far, just a bit of damage being traded back. Mafia losing a little bit of a trade, but it's all on Dynamic, who doesn't need help. They just need bullets.
Fiend getting dropped there by Governor. Governor, again, he's that substitute, and he's done nothing but show how strong he truly is as a player individually and with the team. And here we are. All of a sudden, bomb getting planted on a site. Very low HP from that Sova on Mafia. It's a 2 versus 4 retake here, as Goodfellas is going to be able to pull
One
this
enemy
off.
remaining.
Cheat code gets taken out, and now it's just Venture in this 1 versus 4 situation coming into the tree. Dim Sum's got the angle, so does Minimature, and there we go. He's going to get dropped, and that's the first point on the board for Mafia.
Another really solid pistol round. I know we keep kind of like memeing about pistols being a literal coin flip, But so far, Mafia have a really good track record on that particular round now. They've won quite a few of them, and it just goes to, you know, really propel them forward now that they have that second round. They have that boosted economy. They're coming fully equipped with these Spectres, and we're seeing Goodfellas being very conservative about it, not really investing anything at all, and just saving it up for that next third round gun round.
Yeah, so I mean, like we were saying, the Mafia, we've seen the Mafia, we just saw them come off this map. Beautiful victory on this map. So you have to wonder if that's going to give them a little bit of an ego boost. Governor doing some work mid, picks up a 3-piece. Nice quick round there for Mafia. But again, you got to wonder if this is the morale from that last win. It was a 13-6 over Lemonade Stand on this very map. So, and I believe they started on attack, right? On that last matchup, but either way, you got to wonder if it's the mentality coming in after that beautiful victory, if that's like, oh guys, this is our map, this is our territory, we got this. Or maybe we could see Goodfellas come out and just kind of stomp, but so far it's been 2 in a row for Mafia. Goodfellas not looking too hot in these first couple pistol rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Mafia, they've been on a break just as long as we have in truthfulness, because they won their last series 2-0 and have been able to sit back and watch the rest of these teams play out. And you're going to see a couple members here of Mafia just fall in quick succession. Fiend doing a great job at mid. Finally going to get taken out by Governor, though, and Venture trades that back for a numbers advantage.
Yeah, numbers advantage indeed. A 2-man advantage for Goodfellas. Spike gonna get recovered here by Nilly. And it looks like he might be going for a rotate through mid. But the question is, where is he gonna go? Because he's only got one more teammate, and he's on Cat. That's miniature as Cypher. He's got... I mean, they have very little information to work with here.
Sometimes you only need a little bit, though, because as long as you have your weapons, you can, you know, kind of play loosey-goosey with it, as we are going to see shots on target. Not going to quite connect from Rebo. But again, you still just have the numbers advantage. You can make these calls, play around a little bit. You don't need to worry about too much.
Yeah, it's honestly, at this point, it's like, it's
30
really...
seconds left.
It's a standstill, but it's also a 2-man deficit. So you gotta wonder, what does Mafia have planned here? Millie going through mid, takes out Venture, beautiful little tapski there, and that's gonna leave the Killjoy here on B site alone. So that's gonna give them the opportunity that they need to get on site, get that plant down. But XF, he's holding it down with a Nano Swarm, picks up 1. Miniature's there for the trade. He has just enough time to get this plant off, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Cheat code's already on the retake.
Yeah, this is a really interesting retake situation. If we can get some clean taps out of Miniature, it's potentially doable, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to happen there.
Yeah, not a fantastic start for Goodfellas, but they were able to find that round with 2 men still standing, so that's money for them as well. But they have the rifles, so coming into round 4 here, their team's going to be pretty okay on economy, and the Mafia isn't doing too bad either with their money. We might see an Ares or a Spectre here and there, but other than that, we're going to have full buys on both sides of the map here.
Yeah, the problem with losing so many members last round for Goodfellas is that you can see that they don't have the juice cannons they would really like. They were even considering a Guardian there for a split second. They do manage to fully equip 3 rifles, 1 backed with half armor, but that's on the Vandal. We just need a 1-tap with that to be useful, as we're going to see Fiend get super aggressive here with that Spectre. Picks up the frag, only takes a little bit of damage as well.
He's hungry. Look at Dim Sum. He does take out Dim Sum, and now it's a 1-on-4 situation here. Oh, there we go. Nilly gets taken out by XF, and there we go. All tied up 2-2. This is the first time we've seen a tie today, right? On the B stream here? I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've seen a tie.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that Mafia was so dominant in their earlier matches that a 2-2 scoreline is, you know, something to brag about. Yeah.
It's crazy. I love it. I love it. I love when it's this intense to the point where, oh my god, it's tied at a 2v2? What? Or 2-2? But nonetheless, this is, I mean, so far, both teams have been pretty strong on attack and defense today in general, and now we're seeing them finally go up against each other. So the question is, who is the stronger on sides? Because, I mean, you know, attack is attack, defense is defense.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a bit of an eco round here from Mafia. They didn't have a lot of money to work with after that buy round, so that's why they're just going to be hanging out with their good old sheriffs. Now we have seen them thrifty here today, so they could make it happen again, but oh my god, that shot from Revo. So clean, so crisp.
Gotta love it. The Seekers and the Flashes coming out from the sky on the side of Goodfellas. Going to create a little bit of space. Let them kind of serve straight down into market. Fiend is ready and waiting. Not able to do much in terms of damage. And the heals come through immediately. 4 versus 4. There we go. Fiend picks up 1 and 2. Governor goes down. That's a huge pick. There's their fragger. 2 versus 4 now.
Crazy is that not only did we just see 2 instant headshots in a row, also managed to break the bird before it actually flashed and popped. So
yeah,
really quick on the trigger there. Not quick enough for Dynamic
left.
though, who does win out in the end.
Yeah, 25 seconds on the clock. I mean, Mafia's got to make a play for site here, either site at this point. But the problem is they have Jet mid, and will that help them or hurt them? Oh man, Chico, beautiful bird there taken out. Or flashing.
10 seconds left.
Oh man, this is an interesting site take. Nearly on site, takes out XF. Dynamic is there for the backup. Spike barely in time. Gonna get planted. Now it's Venture on a 1 versus 2 retake here.
Standing ahead.
Not going to be able to find much information though with that recon diet since both players are tucked away in the back here, and this is perfect for them. They're going to be able to go for a 2-1 peek, but just kidding. Make that a 1v1. Just needs a little bit more damage, but they can't quite hit it. Dynamic once again picking up where the team fell off.
28 HP. I mean, you still gotta give it to Venture on that reaction time. That was solid. He immediately flicked straight to Dynamic. Tags him up a smidgen, of course. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get the job done. Now it's Mafia starting to take back control of the game, 3-2 now. And honestly, real quick, I just want to give a shout out to our production team. Sam, the Observer, you're doing a fantastic job, Mr. Sam Turner. Then we got Ryan, aka Net Control, on the production side. Thank you guys so much for doing what you do. Without those guys, we would not be able to. Doctor and I wouldn't be able to do what we'd be doing without them. Dynamic, beautiful headshot on Fiend, starting things off here.
Yeah, Dynamic just once again, like I said, carrying the team through some of this early aggression, has been so dominant in the previous maps. And I talked about how it was going to be this duelist versus duelist matchup, and you know, Fiend has been going toe-to-toe with them. Yeah, they lost that 1v1 last round, but there's still so much more Valorant ahead of us, and it comes down to who hits the shots more consistently. Miniature has been a player that's been able to hit them quite so consistently, taking it out over Seth, and now this site is potentially under complete siege.
Oh man. Miniature just barely missing that spray on Venture. It's going to cost him. His teammate takes out Nearly, but he was there for the quick little refrag, and now it's Cheat Code and Rebo on this 2 versus 4 retake. Miniature, beautiful flick, does a little bit of damage, nothing too concrete though. 16 HP, he's got to back off. And here comes the information for the Silver Recon. Unfortunately, not going to do much for them. And Rebo and Cheat Code, I mean, you got to wonder if they just should save on this. I mean, they do just have pistols, but do they want to play for picks? Try to get a rifle or 2 off of the bomb explosion, or okay, it looks like they're gonna go for a flank here.
What's really interesting here is that
Tripwire?
Dynamic had actually been in a position to prevent this. Dynamic had been hanging out in mid back on the end of Catwalk on, you know, the attacking side, and could have very easily, you know, put themselves in a position to counter that. Instead, they're losing 2 rifles, and there's nothing you can really do, but
Cheat Code.
those are 2 kills they didn't have to lose.
He got hungry for the kill and ended up eating it from the bomb. That is unfortunate for Cheat Code. But now it's gonna be 4-2. Scores suddenly doubled for Mafia. So I mean, all in all, this has been a pretty good showing from both teams here. But Mafia obviously just a little bit more control over Goodfellas.
Just a little bit so far. Do need to see a little bit more action from some of those, slower members on the team right now. They're just being so aggressive. Lockdown's already being popped here by Seth, just trying to buy time. And look at this. They can guesstimate where it is. Governor's just going to get a free kill. Lockdown does go off. 0 players detained, however. Nilly does fall on the site.
Yeah, Nilly going down. That's both healers out of this round so far for both these teams. So that's going to be a good amount of damage done to both sides.
I'm interested about this rotation because I feel like it is potentially kind of telegraphed since the lockdown was already used and there hasn't been any re-aggression since then. So we're going to see Fiend with this. Just get blindsided by Governor. You got to look both ways, my man. Otherwise, you're going to get hit by a bus.
I mean, they call it a bullet train for a reason. Oh, look at Seth. Oh man, I'm waiting for somebody. Somebody's gonna get clocked here, and it's just a question of who. Is it XF or Dynamic? Dynamic finds his way through. XF takes out Governor. There we go. He gets taken out himself, and now 2 versus 2. Astra versus Astra. Sova versus Jet. Bomb looking for a plant on A site as Mafia is gonna take a nice quick stroll down A site lane and take control. And there we go. Venture with the Hunter's Fury is able to take out Dim Sum, and now it's Dynamic with the Blade Storm in a 1-on-2.
This is brutal. Dynamic could definitely win this, but that trade from Seth did so much in terms of keeping them in the game. I think he actually got tagged by that dart, unfortunately. Just barely missed it with the Cloudburst, but when they know where you are, it's pretty easy to win that 1v2.
Yeah, very unfortunate positioning from that Jet there. And now Goodfellow's going to get their 3rd point on the board.
Yeah, they're looking the operator, I believe.
Oh, is that what they're doing? Was there an up?
Yeah, it was over on Catwalk, so...
You're right. Fiend had it. Fiend had infantry up. Yeah, Rebo did find it. You're right, it was on Cats. Exactly where he almost picked off Dynamic mid there, but fortunately, Governor had homies back and just... There we go.
Yeah. Bit of a buy-up here from Mafia. Once again, we do have that Ares for Governor, but... He's a Sova player, so LMG is life.
Let's go.
I mean, you're not wrong. As a Sova main, you're not wrong. Oh, look. Oh,
he's just gonna try and trade with an Odin.
Oh, man. This is, I don't even know what to make of this.
Interesting bit of a turret there. Fiend takes out Miniature on the other side of the map. That is the only player from Mafia over on that A side. So now here comes the execute.
Ooh, Seth. Nice and quick takedown onto Dynamic. He's on site there with that Sova, and now it's a 3 versus 5. And Mafia still has bombs, so this is still doable. It's still plantable. They just have to get on site before the rotate comes through for Goodfellas. And now, Dim Sum goes down, and that is going to give Goodfellas a nice little tie. 4-4 now.
Lots of really nice angles being set up there by Goodfellas, all off the back of just a couple picks. Being able to pick off Miniature means that you don't need to put so much focus forward to try and find information. Being able to take him out with that operator meant they pretty much knew he was the only one there. They guesstimated a little bit there, but then on the other side of the map, you had Seth win that trade over Dynamic, and that really opened up the map again because that has been so consistently one of their best openers that you remove that, you fall back into the site a little bit more, just hold that angle hard and, let the bullets do their own thing. What?
Ooh, speaking of bullets doing things, Miniature's just found the head of Rebo, and that's going to kick it off. He's going to be able to get the neural theft down, find all the information he needs, but Doc, do you see it? Do you see it? Bomb is still down in A site, or in A spawn, attacker spawn. So they're going to have to make some weird maneuvers here to be able to either recover that or finish the round without it.
It's just a save round. They don't need to worry about it. They do pick it up anyway, but it's just, it's not the end of the world. We do see good old Fiend there with the best op skin in the game. They'll make
Oh
it
my.
work too.
Spike down A.
Oh, the infantry? That's your favorite op? I also have that. I also have the, the infantry. I bought the whole set. It was 20 bucks. Why not? Oh,
enemy
nice
remaining.
little flash coming in. It's a 1 versus 4. This is not amazing for Nilly.
Only has like 15 HP on top of it, so
Yeah.
just gonna have to dry
Oh,
peek
Chico.
it out, and Fiend able to close out the 3K there. Ties it back up once again, 4-4.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Nilly.
5-4 actually.
It is 5-4. It's been there we go. That's finally it finally breaks the 2-win streak. For a while there, it was Mafia with 2, then Goodfellas with 2 in return. Mafia came back with 2, but now Goodfellas on a little bit of a streak. They got 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds to go in the half, so this is not impossible for. Obviously, it's only a 1-round deficit, so this is still anyone's first half. This could end up being 6-6. It could end up being 7-5, 8-4. We don't know. At this point, it's still anyone's half. And Fiend is in a one hell of a position with that op, but unfortunately, no one's gonna peek him right off the bat.
Yeah, very slow play this time here coming in from the Mafia, which has been a little bit more of their MO. They've done really well playing slow, decided play. The couple times we have seen them just full-on W key, ego themselves onto a site, have been some of their more, hard losses. But this time they're taking their time, trying to buy some space without losing too much. They're just using some of that utility, trying to get forward, and they've gained some ground, but is it going to be enough is the question, as we do see cheat codes Wolf getting obliterated there from Governor.
Is that a wolf? What animal? Me and Mick had that discussion. Another caster had that. I don't know what. The Tasmanian devil? Did a cat? We don't know. Governor starting things off with the first pick of the round at 40 seconds now. 4 versus 5. Bomb is still up in the hands of Mafia, so they're gonna have to think about what site they want to go to. But the problem is, the site they're closest to has got an op and a friend as well in B main, but they're pushing it anyways. Rebo's there waiting, as is Fiend. Fiend with the op, whiffs the shot onto Dynamic. It's going to give him enough time for him and his buddy to get out of that bad situation, but it also gives Mafia the time they needed to do a whole rotate over to A. But Goodfellas is nice and smart. They're going to pick up on that rotate. Governor has no HP. He's just hiding. Yeah. Oh, we got team block. Nilly. Oh, Fiend. Nice little shot there. Governor also going to take out Fiend, and now it's Rebo. Somehow, that was very unfortunate. Mafia just ran out of time at the end of the day, and Rebo staying mid, staying alive, basically won them that round. If he would have died, it would have been a whole nother story. But unfortunately for Mafia, it's going to be a 2-round deficit now, 6-4, but this is still anyone's first half. It's only a 2-round deficit.
Yeah, that was just... It seems like Mafia are getting frazzled on the map. Because, I mean, what we saw earlier from them, again, it wasn't their map pick in Series 1 either. But the team that they were going up against, Lemonade Stand, just didn't seem to have the fragging power that Mafia do. Now that they're going up against Goodfellas, who clearly do have the fragging power, it seems like the Mafia strat book is looking a little flimsy at the moment.
Yeah, it's really it's always been a thing for me to watch how these teams play against different teams. You know, they could play one strat against another team, and then another team comes in, it's a completely opposite strategy. So it's very interesting to see this. Fiend barely missing that shot on Dynamic. Dynamic's on site, and he's ready. He's got the perfect angle to do some real damage here. But Venture's going to pick up his third by taking out Dynamic, and now it's suddenly a 1 versus 1 as Governor going to pick up 3 of his own. A one-on-one situation here for Seth and Governor. Bomb has been planted on a site. Seth coming from heaven. The Aldrome getting information. Governor was ready, but Seth is just that much quicker with the spray control, and there we go. 7-4. One more round in the half.
Oh, it's pretty scary for Goodfellas. I mean, even with them coming out ahead in the end, that was a very small buy from Mafia. They spent what they could to do what they could, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough in the end. But to lose that many members, if Goodfellas hadn't won 4 in a row before that point, their economy wouldn't be great. And unfortunately for Venture, they actually have less than 1,000 credits, so it could be worse. They are going to get a little bit of help from a friend to pick up a gun, but they're trying to figure out what gun is the best bet here.
Keep doing what
I
you
mean,
do
like you
best.
said, he's a Sova, so LMG's kind of screaming to him. He's got that Odin, and it looks like, yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's waiting for the info. Oh, here comes the Hunter's Fury from the fellow Sova. Not finding anybody except the teammate. Actually, he finally does connect onto Rebo here. Dynamic getting nice and healed up. That's why you have a Sky Hunter team. Oh, man, the ops and the abilities are coming out all over the place. B-site is a battlefield. Cheat code is going to leave one alive on the side of Mafia, and Governor's going to make it count. Never mind. Cheat code. Beautiful headshot finishes it up 7-4. Turns into 8-4 as we're heading into this next
Switching
half.
sides.
What a shot coming out from Cheat Code. Definitely living up to the namesake that round. I mean, picking up the 3K round, or kill after kill after kill, and just the absolute cleanest head tap there on the Governor right at the end. I honestly thought Governor had him dead to rights, but apparently he was too quick.
I also thought that. I thought for sure he had that in the bag, but the spray comes through and Goodfellas remain on top. But the question is, Doc, how long will they remain in the lead? It's only a 4-round deficit. So if Mafia, in theory, if Mafia captures these first 2 pistol rounds, it is very possible for Goodfellas to kind of get slapped in the next 2. So you kind of got to watch out for that. But it looks like we're going to have some early action down A long with Fiend up there. He's going to get tagged up a little bit, forced to back off. But he's going to get that information. He's going to call out to his teammate that Governor and Dimsum are both on A site. But whether or not they want to push that, it's entirely up to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the A site on a pistol. It's going to be under siege. We're getting cloudbursts and allo drones coming out. Tailwind onto the site already. Fiend is buying so much space for the squad right now. Spike's being planted. Seth's even taking out Miniature over in mid, and I think that will make it very difficult, but the team's popping off 3 lightning kills for Mafia. They're going for more. They're jumping in. Can't quite hit the shots. Got to hit the reload. Governor's still alive, though, and that should do it. 2v1. You just got to hit a couple shots. It's a classic.
Come on, Venture. Oh! Snagged one, but Dynamic was there with the headshot wallbang through Generator. But yeah, the little corner, and that's going to give Mafia 1 more point on the board. Now 3-round deficit, 8-5.
That's what we were talking about. Mafia have a stellar win percentage on these pistol rounds, and they're just going to be able to use that and gain even more of an advantage. However, that's under traditional terms. Right now, Goodfellas, they're going to be buying up. You can see 5 SMGs for everybody. They are not willing to let this lead go up in any sense of the word. And man, where are they going to go? They're lining up for an A hit once more.
Look at Governor here. Governor from Mafia. He's setting up with an Ares and full shields. He's ready at B site. Unfortunately, like you said, it's a setup towards A site. They already have Asper abilities. Jets on site. Miniatures trapped. Picks up 2. Beautiful spray control from him through the cages. Looking for a third. Rebo finds him. 4 versus 3 now, as they are going to be able to get onto site. But is Seth going to be able to plant bomb here? He goes for the plant. Oh, Governor, beautiful wallbang headshot through there. And now, oh man, Governor picks up another. Venture picks up 2 of his own. Nilly finishes it off in that 1v1, and that's going to be Mafia getting a 6th point on the board. A beautiful execution on that retake from Mafia.
That's crazy. That's just so bonkers to me. Just like it's bonkers that Dynamic is picking up an operator right now. So rich at heart, but honestly, we're going up against a pistol round, and how many times have I seen operators on a pistol round just get fully overwhelmed by people just being like, yeah, he can't kill all of us, right? Right? Right?
I mean,
right?
somebody can.
He's set up in mid, so they're not there. They're going through B garage.
They're like, guys, we've fed him enough. We're gonna head elsewhere. See, look at the plays there. That was so smart on Goodfellas' part, because they allowed 1 member to get tagged up by that Sova drone, and that's all the information they have. It's just that 1 guy. So, but they are gonna. Oh, that's the thing about Sovas. He's able to get. Oh, potentially limitless information. And that's going to find Fiend with a beautiful wall bang. Here comes the flash support from Sky. Governor takes out Steph. And now 3 versus 5. Rebo is in not the best situation. Finds Dynamic. 4 versus 3 now as Governor's able to pick up that op. but is he going to be able to land this shot? Beautiful! Finds the left hip of Rebo, right in the rib cage there. Meanwhile, Goodfellas looking for an entrance onto A site, but they got to be careful of that cipher trap wire on the ground.
That
Chico
door
just
being
walked
closed
right
is
past it.
hugely problematic for Mafia as well.
Yeah,
Because
they have no information.
it's
30
completely
seconds
bit
left.
them in the back that they now have to break through their own door. They thought they were going to be able to have an advantage to, do something with it, but thankfully for them, there's only 4 HP onto Venture, so a stiff breeze will really knock him out. You might even be able to just hit him with this flash and kill him. But
Entirely
yeah.
possible.
Last
Surprised
player
Chico doesn't have any. Oh man, that was just a quick little cleanup. You called it.
What was great is
Oh,
he
man.
took out Governor with the operator and just like cleaned his clock just like
Effortlessly.
yeah, he just we're seeing Governor just like slowly walk up like do bang, he just falls over and he's like, all right then, it's just whatever.
Yeah, unfortunately the heals weren't there for cheat code. I guess I don't know if he used them all or if he just didn't buy them that round, but it's gonna cost Venture his life there, and now I mean, this has been. It was 6 in a row for Goodfellas, right? And now all of a sudden it's Mafia coming back 3 in a row for themselves, and now it's at a 1-round difference, 8-7. Look at the op setup, not gonna find anybody. Fiend spots 2 of them though, heading straight towards Cat, getting really aggressive here. Dim Sum catches him in the corner, picks up a second. Yes, there it is. Cheat code. Meanwhile, takes out nearly 4 versus 3 situation. Seekers are coming out. Dim Sum's trapped in a corner. Cheat code finds him with the Vandal headshot, and now 3 versus 3. The abilities are coming out. Astral divides are coming across, and now it's a 1 versus 2 situation here. Dynamic and company. It's gonna be Venture on his own with this Owl drone, trying to get any information through a tree. He's got 30 HP and a Dream Bomb. It's dropped in front of him, and he is going to be able to recover it. But does he want to rotate, or is he going to commit to A?
Man, that's such a tough round there. I mean, not checking that corner where Dim Sum was hiding is unfortunately a suicide pact, as multiple members fall to that. You do eventually get the kill thanks to the jellyfish, but at what cost, right? You already lost 2 members before you trade back. I am a little confused by the fact that Mafia didn't have eyes on the spike. They definitely had to have made the call out that Spike was down at the doorway of A, but I think they were just a little afraid to really peek it either individually or at a 1-by-1, because they clearly have no idea where Venture was. Up until now, they were kind of wondering. Using that recon dart, though, it does signal where he's going to be, and now you just got to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, he's so hurt. Yeah. I was gonna say he's so hurt that a wall bang of any caliber would take him out. I mean, he's got 30 HP, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Unfortunately, Mafia is gonna go ahead and tie it up here. We got a second tie in this game. This is we haven't had the first series today or yesterday that you and I casted, Doc. We didn't have a single tie. And now this game, we've had 2 so far, 2-2, and now 8-8. This is still, it's crazy that we're this far into this game. We're about to start round 17, and it's still anyone's game. You can't help but think, is it the compositions, or is it just a pure team skill differential that's just not really happening here? Are these guys that evenly matched, or do they just know how to play the game that well?
I do think that these teams are showing that they're pretty evenly matched. I mean, we did have one of the off-stream matches go, I think it was 19-17 was the final score. So, I mean, like we said at the opener here, teams are showing up to play, and it all comes down to just who's going to hit the shots. And right now, both teams are doing that, and it's a lot of this strategy coming down to, who gets the opener pick, who can then rotate better, who can, play these 1vx situations the best, because we've been in a lot of those. Not many rounds are we seeing, 5-0s and flawlesses. We've seen, I think, 1 so far this map, and it was 4 Goodfellas. But Mafia, they're gonna be the firr ones drawing blood here.
And like you were saying, Goodfellas just came off of that 19-17 match where they ended up winning that. That's, what is that, 4 or 5 overtimes in a row? That's insanity. But action is what's happening. Venture picks up 2. Gonna have to fall back from his position, though he does have bomb. Oh, Chico gets taken out. Now it's Venture all by his lonesome. That Dynamic is very, very hurt. So if he could take out Jet first, or perhaps one of the other two, it's going to leave Jet by himself, and that would really do some good damage. He has Bomb. It's just a question of whether or not he's able to recollect it. Miniature, getting any kind of information. He is going to locate Venture.
30 seconds
But
left.
again, Venture not able to grab Bomb, just barely out of reach here.
That was definitely a series of unfortunate events because you saw Venture try and throw the spike over to Cheat Code, be like, go, plant, I got your back. And then he just gets bopped. But now Venture is doing the bopping as he is currently going for the ace, but he's got people on both sides of him. He's not going to be able to do anything as the plant is denied.
Yeah, it was a solid effort there for Venture, but unfortunately Dim Sum just got that flankety flank through Tree Roam, and that was all she wrote. 8-9, or 9-8 now, as Mafia finally, I mean, this is, Mafia's taking the lead now. They had the lead. It was 4-2 a little bit ago in that first half, but now this has been 5 in a row. This has been such a strong defensive showing from Mafia that it really begs the question, is Goodfellas going to be able to recover? Because if you look at Goodfellas Eco, if they lose this round, they are broke. They are very hurt economically if they drop this next round.
Which goes to show that this is probably the round that Mafia is going to lose. They have a history of losing rounds that, you know, they're economically advantageous. And so far, we're seeing Dynamic just get completely lit up mid. Has even taken a bit of HP from the heal, but so far, the scoreline is all red.
Red is, I mean, Red is basically, I mean, Goodfellas. If you're a fan of Goodfellas, that's exactly what you want to see. We have a 2-man deficit for Mafia. It's not a great situation for them as they're on the retake now. Now, they're on the retake as Cheat Code's going to be able to plant, and it's going to be this lonely man named Governor picks up Seth, but now he's in a 1 versus 3, and he's on that retake. Sova pings are coming in, the abilities are being traded. Fiend gonna find him, and that's gonna tie it up 9-9 again.
And you know what? I called it. And you can't even say Caster Curse chat because they've been doing that all day. So it's not my fault they lose rounds they're supposed to win. And now look at them. They are dead broke. It's the exact situation you were just saying. Goodfellas are going to find themselves in. And that is just brutal for the side of the Mafia because now they're tied up again back at 9-9. And presumably they're going to fall behind Goodfellas taking it to 10-9 and being the first ones to double digits.
This is this is definitely like, needless to say, it's a very close match. Dynamic was thinking about being aggressive there, but gonna go ahead and back off. He had a shorty and he heard about 19 different footsteps, so he was like, no, we'll do that next time. Here we go. The attacking lockdown is gonna come out from Seth. Going to be one hell of an entrance here for Goodfellas. They are able to drop a body on the side of Mafia, and it's going to give them the room they need to get to site. And now bomb being planted. 4-man retake here. Seth is doing what he can to hold down Garage. Fiend finds 2 with beautiful wallbang. Cheat Code is going to get the refrag off of that. Now it's 1-on-5. This is not good for Dim Sum at all.
No, it is the full house though coming out from Goodfellas. Flawless even. As Cheat Code gets 2 and their buddy gets 3. But right now, again, first to double digits, it's 10-9. Mafia are going to have a bye back on their side, but is it going to be enough? They had so much momentum, 5 rounds in a row. They've now lost 2. Is that going to be all it takes to break them this map? Are we going to be heading into map number 2 over on Icebox with Mafia being on the losing side?
I mean, signs point to that, you know. It's the crazy part is that it's only a 1 round. Okay, Fiend got laid out immediately. I don't even know what happened there. Rebound now to Dim Sum. It's insane because there's only a 1 round difference. This is still anyone's game, right? It's 9-10. It's still anyone's game. Goodfella captures 3 more, they win. Mafia captures 4 more, they win. You know, it's still anyone's map.
This round, unfortunately, seems to be going a bit of a wash up until Miniature Dynamic shows up, suddenly equalizing the playing field as it leaves just down to one member. Rebo, the only member left alive here for Goodfellas, has the spike at least, so they could try and get something done. But man, what a dynamic duo there.
Yeah, that was Dynamic coming out, helping out his buddy there. That was phenomenal. Great work from them on that site hold, and Rebo is about to run into a familiar face here in the shape of Dynamic. And there we go. Dynamic catches him nice and quick. And guys, real quick, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties on our side. Please bear with us. We're working on a fix. Should be fine here in a minute. But nonetheless, 10-9 is your score. Goodfellas slowly taking control of this game. Or wait, should it be 11-9? Should be 11-9? It's okay. We're going to have a tech pause real quick here. Just a couple little kerfuffles on our end. Please, again, bear with us. And honestly, Doc, so far, this map has been phenomenal. It's been, I like to say this, but it's been full of content. And this isn't really leaning towards one side. You have Goodfellas who are putting up one hell of a fight, and Mafia is right there with them the whole time. We had a little bit of an area where Mafia was in control. And we had a little bit of area when Goodfellas was in control. But so far, it's aside from those little moments, it's basically been pretty close in terms of score line. So
yeah, both teams are definitely showing up to play. And as you guys may notice on the desk feed now, our faces are not as crisp and clean as you are used to. So we are working on getting that fixed up. But so far, like we said, it is currently very close in between these two teams here on Ascent, and it's just map one. There is still so much Valorant action to be had. And once again, since we do have this second, I do want to be giving a shout out to our powering team today, Community Gaming. They've done so much for us over these past couple weeks on top of just this event, but many other events in the past. And they are a wonderful, 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 wonderful platform if you are a competitive gamer. They have so many tournament options in terms of Valorant, League of Legends, Hearthstone, pretty much any genre you could be involved in. They have the event for it. So communitygaming.io for all of your tournament needs. And man, this game is spicy. This has been by far and away the best game of the B stream up till now, and it's only going to get better, I feel.
I'm inclined to agree. It's 11-10. This has been so close. You had a 6-round streak there from Goodfellas, and then Mafia brought it back with a 5-round streak of their own. And since then, it's just been back and forth. So there's really, I can't really call this game because it's been too damn close. So at this point, 11-10 is your score, with Goodfellas just barely leading by the hair of their chinny chin chin. It looks like they're going to be heading towards a site here.
So far, so good as Miniature gets aggressive, but he gets double peaked there. Steph's going to be the one that takes that out eventually, but that is not the start to the round the Mafia wanted. You can already see rotations being attempted, but they make the call to go back to the A site. They don't want to give it up too freely just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they give up that area, then it's no bueno from there. They're at a deficit in terms of territory, because whether you like it or not, if you control mid, especially on a map like Ascent where there's literally 4 entry points into mid, one from straight both sites, and one from either spawn. So if it comes to a map like Ascent or Icebox, mid control is everything. And so far, Mafia's doing a pretty good job of holding mid. But now it's a full-on battle here. Governor with a beautiful flank picks up a 2-piece, looking for a third on cheat code. Wallbang comes through, tags up Fiend and Smidge in there, and Fiend gonna pick up a 2-piece. Dynamic as well. Governor is there for the final trade, and that's gonna be 11-11. Doc, make a wish with me, my man. It's all tied up.
Governor single-handedly won that round with that flank. So much movement being gained there, and it's crazy that just as Goodfellas were aware of it, just as Seth was looking to be like, hey, maybe there's somebody behind us, that's when Governor comes in, clotheslines the heck out of him, and that just sets up the rest of the round super cleanly. Governor doesn't get a frag after that, but it doesn't matter because it just bought so much room for the rest of the team to come in and clean house.
Yeah, again, we're still having a little bit of issues on production side, but please, we're working on a fix. It shouldn't be too bad on the other end of things, but it looks like Goodfellas is heading towards the B site here. They have Astra watching mid. Governor with the Sova drone. Not able to tag up Fiend. Dynamic takes him out. There to help out his buddy. And now it's a 4 versus 5 situation as Goodfellas looking to flood B site here.
Dynamic having the biggest backpack on the side of the Mafia, being perfectly positioned to cover Governor, who, by all rights, should have been dead. Like, that was a super clean play coming there from Fiend, who was aware that the Yellow drone was going to be coming from mid and basically had him dead to rights. But we had a friend, and sometimes friends will win the battle, as we are seeing Governor able to pick up more kills onto Rebo.
Yeah, Governor, again, Governor's a sub for the Mafia, so he's not normally on this team, and we've seen him so often here at GLG, and he's kind of become a regular. He's like our own personal Rena-guy. And, oh, Dynamic, there we go. Dynamic, quick little 2-piece there for his team, and ladies and gentlemen, suddenly, we are at match point, 12-11. Goodfellas, either they give Mafia the map or they turn it into an overtime, and either at this point is very, very possible.
Yes, we are going to get a timeout here from Goodfellas, perfectly timed. You have 60 seconds to figure out what your potential final round of this map is going to be. And I'd love if we could get the scoreboard up here to take a look at what kind of economy they're working with, because I can't imagine it's great. Yeah, that is abysmal. 2,900 on 2 members, 32 and 3350 apiece. And then Fiend, who has already purchased a Spectre in full armor, is down to 50. So that is really, really, really not great.
Not amazing. Not amazing at all. And then if you look at the other side, they're all full bot. Except for Dim Sum, with the exception of Dim Sum, the entirety of the team is full bot with full armor and rifles, and they're still got 1,800, 750 left for Nilias and Dynamic, respectively. But I mean, all in all, there is a very large difference with Eco here, and if Mafia were to drop this next round, that's going to give Goodfellas the economical boost that they need.
I mean, they don't need an economic boost, Nikki. They win, right? Isn't it 12-11?
It is 12-11, yeah. I believe Mafia is in control of this at the moment. This is yeah, you're right. well, no, if Goodfellas gets then it'll go to overtime, you know. And then
look at this. They're finding people everywhere. Huge pincer maneuver coming in from Goodfellas. They're definitely going to check this corner this time. There's no way Dim Sum gets away with it for free. Oh, does! Revo snaps on him. Dynamic trades out, but Fiend is still there. That A site is completely open, and even on a 1-for-1 trade, it's now fully in control of the Goodfellas. And I have to imagine we're going to overtime at this point.
Spike planted. You should run.
I gotta give it to Justin on that opening pick with the Bulldog. That was beautiful. That wasn't Justin, was it? Was that KD? The kill is right there. Nonetheless, now 2 versus 3. Hunter Fury comes out for Goodfellas. That's gonna rip Governor off of this plane of Earth, and I think we're gonna see a tied game here as Mafia's only got 1 man left alive, and that's gonna be Nilly. He's gonna get taken out, and there we go. All tied up.
Switching sides.
Heading into overtime.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first overtime, I believe, of the entire B stream this weekend. And what 2 teams better for it? The winner here of this series does go into grand finals, by the way. So this is a huge, huge, huge match to win for either side. And so far, they're really playing for it.
Yeah, and I just want to remind the audience, guys, this is only the 3rd map we've seen today. This is only the 2nd match. We're in the 1st map of the 2nd match. So this is still game 2, but we're on map 1 for the 2nd game. We're on a set, and if no matter who wins on this one, we're going to Icebox. And then provided we'll have a third game, but I don't know. It all depends on how this first one goes. This has been so close because, in my opinion, Ascent is the most fair Split map that you can get in this game. I think Ascent and Split are both very equal in terms of there is no favored side, attack or defense. I think it's very even on both sides.
Agree. I think Ascent is currently the most even map, and I like that so far the Mafia didn't actually break down the market door. They just got very, very low, prepping in case they do want to bust it down and just, you know, go full aggression. But Fiend is very deep into the attacker side, does have a little bit of backup here from Seth as well, so they could go for a quick flank if it comes down to it. Venture at the top of this mid position is very aware that people are in market, and look at that. Billy tries to get aggressive, tries to defend her turret, really.
That bird. And that's why they break the door that bad, because now B-side is basically owned by Mafia. They do have bomb in their hand. There are two more Goodfellas on site, but they're going to take him out nice and quick. And now it's a 3 versus 4 retake as Governor is going to be able to get bomb down. Here comes Venture down the stairs. Beautiful, beautiful wallbang on a Governor. Dim Sum and Dynamic pick up one apiece, and now it's a Rebo 1 versus 3 situation. He spots the head, give Dynamic a little haircut. Same to Dim Sum. No, Dim Sum's going to find the head of Rebo. And now 13 to 12 as Mafia
Switching sides.
is now in
Match
their back in
point.
charge.
Yeah, so for those of you who are unaware of the current overtime rules, it is win by 2. You have to win 1 round
should
on
play
each
some Astro
side.
Stars in
1
this
attack,
reality.
1 defend. Now that the Mafia won their attacking round, you can see them swap over here to the defending side, and they have to hold off Goodfellas. If they are successful in that, then they will be taking map 1, obviously 14 to 2. If, however, they are unsuccessful and Goodfellas
Careful.
are able to take the map or round, excuse me, then we will be heading into a second overtime where once again it resets and you got to win by 2.
Yeah, and again, for this to be just map 1 in this second series is pretty crazy that it's this close on map 1.
Mafia already drawing first blood there thanks to Dynamic, who has once again been so brutal for the team as they just traded back eventually by Seth, who takes out for Miniature. And now look at this, following the bird, but will they expect the mid person? Dynamic wasn't ready.
Fiend was there. He was very, very ready. Rebo gonna get get one, but also gets traded out. 2 versus 2 now. Silva and Jet versus
One enemy
Silva and
remaining.
Astra. There we go. Governor takes out Fiend. 1 versus 2. It's gonna be Venture by himself. The Aldrome gets taken out. Here comes the recon trying to get any information. He is gonna find where Governor is, but it's not gonna help him too much. He's not in a good situation here at all. Dim Sum gonna finish him off, and ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be the Mafia taking map number 1 here on Ascent. No, I am incorrect. Goodfellas. No, yeah. Yeah, never mind. Sorry.
Defenders win.
Defense and attack was switched. I'm sorry. Yes, 14-12. Beautiful overtime victory there for Mafia over Goodfellas.
And what a
Those-
hard fought map in reality. Like that was
yeah.
so back and forth, easily the best map we've had so far today. And Mafia showing once again that even if it's not their map pick, they can make something happen.
Oh yeah, that was I mean, yes, Mafia won that one, but Goodfellas, what a performance! I mean, what a performance from both of these teams. But the way, I mean, this wasn't owned at any point. There was no point where it was clear that one team was going to take this map. It was there was a little bit of a 5-round take there by Mafia, and then immediate response there from Goodfellas. But all in all, it was a very extremely pound for pound, inch for inch match there, and that's exactly what we want to see here. That was the first game of the second series, and now we get to head over to Icebox.
Yeah, some people's favorite, not my own personally.
No.
But yeah, we do still have more Valorant action for you here today. And if you guys are in the East Rochester area, be sure to check out the PlayerzZone LAN Center. They have everything you need to be the best gamer you want to be. And they've been so gracious to help us put on this tournament this weekend. So with that, we are going to be taking a short break while we set up for map number 2. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 2 of the PlayerzZone 2K tournament, here hosted by GLG. I am your boy, Sir Mickey. Joining me is my guy, Doctor. How you doing, man? Did you enjoy your break?
Yeah, it was nice. I finished a Genshin quest, and now we're here. So we are going to be heading to Icebox between the two teams, Mafia and Goodfellas, and this is going to be, I think, a really interesting matchup because Icebox, in my experience, has been one of the most one-sided maps in Valorant history. So to go from
Oh,
one of
yeah.
the most even ascent, ending 14-12 in double overtime, to now, or sorry, single overtime. The numbers are hard, okay?
Yeah, they
Now
are.
to Icebox, where I've cast a disproportionate amount of 13-0s. I'm excited to see what these two teams really have to work with.
Oh, I agree. And I gotta say, a week or two ago, I ended up casting for another league, and it was the grand finals of that league, and we got Icebox as the second map, and it was the final map. It was a, not even kidding, 13-1. It was no bueno situation for that losing team. And Icebox, like you said, it's very rare that you end up having an even match on Icebox. Either both teams are absolutely cracked, or one of the teams just doesn't really know how to play their defense well. But either way, Icebox is one of those maps that the community just kind of looks at in absolute disgust and disdain. But all in all, whether you love it or hate it, Icebox has become one of the most important maps in the game, strictly because it's a wild card. They're so close quarters. This is a map where your duelists and your flashers really thrive, and especially the guys who can get up high, Jet, Raze, Omen, the guys who can get up and get those, what are those words? Those vertical standpoints, because of the elevation on A site and B site alone. Both sites, this entire map in general, has nothing but look straight up or you're gonna die situations. So it's a very, very interesting map, to say the least.
Use
But
Icebox has had is that it's brought Viper back into the meta. That's the only thing Icebox has done for the community, because Viper is waifu, and there's just no, I'm not hearing any other conversations about it. So moving forward,
Waifu is
we
waifu.
are in a bit of a pause, unfortunately. So we are going to be hopping into the game just as soon as possible. I do believe it is one of the players having a bit of a technical issue, but what can you do
Which
in
is,
the online world? Looking at these compositions, Mickey, it's a little different from last map.
yeah, Goodfellas, I know they're starting on attack, but it's got me kind of worried that they're going with the double duelist route instead of that extra sentinel hand, because you got Reyna on Goodfellas, and if you look over on Mafia, they have Killjoy. So other than that, it's a perfectly mirrored composition here from both sides. So you gotta wonder if that Killjoy is gonna give them a little bit of an extra uppity up when it comes to defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could potentially be a world where we just get reintroduced to how terrible Reyna is. But I don't know. I think Killjoy definitely offers just more to the team here. Having that turret, having the nano swarms, having the lockdown can be really productive here on Icebox, especially when you're trying to lock down that A site. It's very easy to basically catch the whole site within your radius, and it really forces a decision from the enemy team.
Oh yeah, I mean, real quick question for you, Doc. Who hurt you, and why do you hate Reyna so much? Oh, miniature hurts cheat code Reyna straight in the face. Oh, second Sheriff shot, looking for a third. He's tagged up pretty handily. Barely gets out of the way of the shock dart. Now it's a 2 versus 5 situation, and Goodfellas is not having a good time. Venture finally going to find one with that shock dart. 2 versus 4 now. Still a 2-man advantage for Mafia. Venture's caught in not a great position, but Governor takes out Venture. Step's going to make it a quick little 2-piece there for him, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Seth down long, Millie and company doing what they can to hold him there, and there we go. That's all she wrote for round number 1. Mafia, beautiful execution on the defensive side, and that's going to be 1-0.
Mafia currently still a 100% pistol win rate here in the semifinal matchup. And again, that is just nuts. Like, to be so strong with the pistols is really a great thing. Even if you flip a coin 1,000 times and get to 50% win rate, sometimes it's gonna go streaky, and right now we're seeing Mafia play these pistols to almost perfection. We've seen a couple flawless ones. That last one, they did lose a couple members, but it's a pistol. Who cares? Now they have the tactical advantage of having bigger guns.
Bigger guns equals bigger brains. Everyone knows this. It's gonna be 1-0. It's true. No, it's true. Don't verify that. Don't even Google it. Just believe me. 1-0 is your score. Oh, okay. Dim Sum, nice little starting things off. By the way, Dim Sum is so vanilla. So that's a little wonky, but now, just like that, it's a 2 versus 4. Nilly gets taken out. She goes there for the trade, as is Dim Sum. And there we go. Beautiful Silva supremacy from Dim Sum. Now 2-0 in favor of Mafia.
They didn't kill each other in production. Cheat Code was the one that got the kill, whereas Vivo was the one that died. Not in a trade like Tarkov or Call of Duty sense. It was a trade in my friend killed you for killing me.
Yeah. My favorite thing to see, I've seen this once and I want to see it again, is a double Sova shock dart trade. I've literally witnessed 2 Sovas kill each other simultaneously with their shock darts, and it's a beautiful work of art. Meanwhile, Seth on towards B actually is gonna end up taking out that Killjoy. So there's their defense. That's a huge portion of Mafia's defense down. Killjoy is such a strong sentinel, and for them to be out of the game that early is very troublesome. Dynamic now with that op, looking for any kind of information. He's kind of trapped up here on Raptors, waiting for that rotate from his 2 teammates. Meanwhile, 1-man advantage here for Goodfellas. Look at, oh, there we go. Dynamic catches Rebo on that jump up now, 3-3.
Very doable on the side of Goodfellas. They have a little bit of a weapon advantage, especially since the Guardian just gonna get slapped down by Cheat Code. Goes for the heal up as well, back to 150 HP. And yeah, that's one tappable for this Sheriff, but still gotta hit your shot right now with that time ticking so far gone. I do think this is going to be a save call coming in. You can actually see that Dynamic all the way on the other side of the map already. Just not even gonna pretend like they're challenging for this spike.
There we go, Goodfellas. Gonna get the first point on the board here. Dynamic, I mean, there's no arguing there. I mean, Dynamic made the right decision to save that op. Just chill, get yourself some econ. And there we go, 2-1 now. As Goodfellas finally able to get in the mix. And again, this is kind of how the last map started on Ascent. You had those early 2 in a row from Mafia, and then we had an immediate response from Goodfellas with 2 in a row in their own. And then after that, it was just back and forth the rest of the game. But are we going to see that here on Icebox? Because, like you said, this is 9 times out of 10, Icebox is a very one-side dominant map, and I honestly love that Silva thing. We saw that yesterday, and I just about screamed about it, and now I just want to learn it. Ooh, that shock dart! Okay.
Not gonna find anybody, but it simply doesn't matter because Miniature has their number.
Down
3 quick kills, Dynamic gets a 4th, and all of a sudden, it's a 1v4.
It's a bit of a messy 1v4, but nonetheless, Governor gonna be able to polish off Rebo. 3-1 now. Look at this replay. There's that recon dart, and then we're gonna see him back up a little bit. I'm slowly teaching myself this shock dart lineup. Okay, cool. Lands right on the orb. Doesn't catch anybody, but Miniature is there with a beautiful 3-piece, all 3 headshots with 1 mag, able to, for a lack of a better term, get it done. Now 3-1 in favor of Mafia.
Look at the buy coming in from Goodfellas off the back of it. They can't really do much, but we've seen these weapons really pop off before, so.
Woo! Beautiful wall from Mafia, but unfortunately Dynamic wasn't able to get to it. And I'm pretty sure Goodfellas was able to pick up that op that he just dropped in front of him. A lot of abilities being dumped for mid though.
Yeah, multiple Sage walls. We got the Poison Orb coming in. But look at Governor!
Oh, Governor!
The
Attacker
lineup
spawn.
comes through. 3 quick headshots. You can see on the ground there's the stolen operator. And he says, hey, give that back. And he collected taxes. They're due.
One enemy remaining.
Fiend with 0 health finds Dim Sum. but he was ready for him. And now Bomb is down in front of Governor. He's got that beautiful spot, but Cheat Code's got a classic and a dream. He sees the op, but it's getting baited by Dimsum, and Dimsum wasn't quick enough on the reaction. He does get taken out. Now it's a 1 versus 2 situation. All the Viper equipment is going to get triggered here. Now it's Cheat Code. He finds one. Or he's not going to find anybody. Miniature finds one. 3-1. Miniature and company doing a phenomenal job, especially Governor with that beautiful flank, getting a 3-piece, and that flank from Governor without a doubt solidified that round. So now 4-1.
Yeah, not only did it get the 3 kills, it also dropped the spike in a super open position. So even if the couple members of Goodfellas were able to rotate back and try and recover something, it would have just been so out of position and wide open to so many angles that it would have really caused a lot of problems. They do eventually lose the round, and look at that orb, setting up for a nice cheeky bit of one-way action. And look at how far ahead Dynamic is.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him doing this last map too on Ascent. He likes to get up close and personal, especially as a Jet. That's kind of your job, is to get the enemy's face and do some damage. Look at the one-way coming through. Dynamic's got the op set up with the shot. Has to back off of that position. Now down to 41 HP. Here come the heals from the team, though. And now, just like that, Mafia's all the way back at full health. And it's like no engagement even happened down long because they ended up forcing Goodfellas on the rotate, now going through mid here.
Gonna throw up that wall to try and stay safe from the side angle, looking to get aggressive. Beam goes deep, but can't quite hit the knives or the shots as Dimsum comes out ahead. Manages there with the backup as well. And now here comes the Hunter's Fury, perfectly lining everybody up once again. No frags just yet. Vandal in hand is all you need to get the tap. But Seth gets it done better with the classic.
Oh, the jumping classic, might I add. 2-2 now, and I mean, the only member here that isn't on
30 seconds left.
That isn't on a hair of a health is going to be that Sage, and they are going to be able to get them some health of their own. So now it's going to give them a little bit of an advantage because
Last player standing.
Seth and Venture very hurt. Venture goes down. Now Seth inside of this Viper's pit looking for any kind of information. Oh no!
They died to their own snake bite.
Oh my. Oh. The question is, Doc, do you Alt F4 at that point? Because I do.
You know what, chat? Can I get some Keck W's for dying to your own,
Oh,
to your own snake bite?
Poor Seth, man. Oh, 3 HP, and it just landed perfectly, but I don't think he, obviously he didn't count on on that snake bite leaking through the floor somehow, because who likes physics anyways? Beautiful push here from Nilly, getting aggressive as Sage.
Targets destroyed.
Picking up a nice little 2-piece early on, and here we go. Goodfellas almost on A site. They have the Killjoy to worry about, though. Miniature pops bad, and that's going to clear sight. Then beautiful shots onto Rebo. Now suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation turns into a 1-on-5. Dynamic doing work with the op, trying to create space. Governor's on the chase. Beautiful. Great control from him. Gonna take out Cheat Code now. 6-1 as a 5-round deficit comes through, and I almost wanted to say it's a 5-1 with a 4-round deficit because I kind of want to give Seth the. I mean, that was just unfortunate. That through the floor death from Seth there, but we are on a timeout. Still 6-1 as your score.
Yes, this is going to be a timeout here from the attacking Goodfellas. They kind of need it, I would say. This is looking so much rougher for them than that last map, and unfortunately that is kind of how Icebox goes a lot. You know, it's very easy to get caught in a spiral downwards where you just don't have enough credits to really play the game plan that you want, and then when you do have the credits, you're going for these plays that seem like slam dunks, and all of a sudden you just get like one tapped, and you just 1G it, and it's tough.
It's very tough. It is very, very tough to. I mean, like you said, Icebox is very. I mean, it's not a versatile map at all. You kind of, if you're either good at Icebox or you're not. That's the whole thing, and it also comes down to your composition. I think Killjoy being on the Mafia side and the lack of that extra sentinel for Goodfellas is really spelling defeat for them. I think that's really just a no bueno situation. I am unsure of what the for some reason I thought the round started, and I was really wondering.
The pause timer sound is the same as the round start.
Yeah.
That's, quality of life, right? 'Cause, look at how aggressive they're getting.
Very. They almost caught dim sum there.
Look at that. We got the poison pit going on over on the A site. They've decided they don't want to go there anymore. That's not they don't like it over there on the side of Goodfellas. They're all over B though.
Would you like it over on that
planted.
I mean, Minish. Actually, six out his teammate. Oh man, Steph and cheat code, one apiece. 2 versus 5 now. Mafia's dropping like flies, and there we go. Goodfellas is not done quite yet with a beautiful flawless. Finally, they're showing up. They're using those abilities. They're using the money they have, and now they're gonna get their second on the board. 6-2 now.
Things are heating up a little bit. We are going to see a full buy round from both sides now, and this has potential to go horribly wrong for Goodfellas once again. As you can see on our timeline here, they did win the 3rd round only to fall short of the next few, and it's a spiral, right?
Yeah.
You win a round, you have some credits, you lose a round, you lose your credits.
It's the circle of life. The circle of life. If Disney taught me anything, it's what goes around comes around. Look at this crosshair from Miniature. Very strange crosshair. I kind of want to try it, but it's all right. Got a minute 20 on the clock. So far, not too much movement. We got a couple abilities coming out on D long. Now we're going to have a push towards yellow from Goodfellas. Governor and company waiting for this peak. I mean, this is so weird.
Yeah, that was interesting to see the Goodfellas shock dart landing on default. Obviously trying to force people back, but...
That's a... Oh man, that's a dirty setup. That's a dirty setup. They can't even destroy the nano swarm there, and then of course Miniature there just kind of, yeah, there we go. Finally gonna pick up Seth, punished him enough. Governor to cheat code. The Hunter's Fury gonna come out, not finding anybody just yet. Oh man, Goodfellas not in a great position now. A 3-man, 4-man deficit, 1-on-4. Dynamic all the way up past the Empire State Building, almost to the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in Rochester, New York, where our new live facility is going to be here coming up in this coming fall. But there we go. Mafia is going to be able to solidify their 7th point on the board here with only 2 on the side of Goodfellas. And honestly, Doc, this is still this is not impossible, right? It's not impossible for Goodfellas to come back, but they're going to have to put in the work. There's 3 rounds left.
Nothing's impossible, right? Just lots of things are highly improbable. Now, once these teams switch sides, will we see as dominant a half from Goodfellas as we are seeing from the Mafia? I don't know. That's a great start, though. I don't know how Dynamic didn't get that kill. The instant revive as well, but I think they're without a gun. Yeah, they just have the classic. They can't get back up and grab it.
Oh, did the op stay up there?
Yeah.
Does Dynamic not have that, does not have a second updraft there? He's gonna get healed, finally. He was sitting at 40. I can't believe that.
Oh, he did grab it, all right.
Yeah, he was able to get back up there. Thank goodness, Dynamic. You were almost useless for a second. No. But I'm honestly shocked that that op shot didn't fully take out Dynamic there, or not Dynamic, the other jet. But now the clock is ticking down. I mean, this is very so far there's been no movement towards either side. All 10 still up here. Very little damage being done. The res already came out from Mafia, and now it's Goodfellas pushing towards B side here. We got a lot of Killjoy equipment. Are they? Yeah, they can't. Barely. They can plant there. Cheat code gonna get bombed down. Still, nobody's dropped on either side, but a lot of abilities coming through here.
You get the spike, and yeah, losing 70% of your HP part to the snakebite there is unfortunate, but you're still alive. Just kidding, cheat code does finally fall there, but immediately resurrected, and we're gonna push shots back on target Thankfully, there's only 20 HP on that jet, but look at Billy, so aggressive, so far forward, and the team's following their cue. 2-1 is the highlight reel as they are just cleaning house.
There we go. Venture able to drop one, but that's not going to be enough, and Mafia is going to be able to get the defuse here at the hands of Miniature. And there we go, 8-2. We got 2 more rounds in this half, and that's for Goodfellas to decide if it's gonna be, if we're gonna end it either 9-3 or 10-2 or 8-4. It's entirely up to Goodfellas here. If they have a chance, they gotta start now because they're at the moment they're a 6-round deficit and they don't want to go into the next half at an 8-round deficit. That is for sure.
No, statistically, very bad if you're finding yourself in that situation. So if you find yourself potentially going 10-2, simply don't do that, and you'll have better results. Right now, we are seeing teams push aggressively in mid with a little bit of help from their friend, but Revo just gonna fall to the battle sage of old as Miniature trades out Fiends.
And Battle Sage, if you play Sage and you're not a Battle Sage, do you really play Sage? You know, Dim Sum, beautiful headshot onto Steph. Had that lined up perfectly. And there we go. Cheat code catches Dynamic off guard here at A site. 2 versus 3. They are going to be able to get the plant off here. Dim Sum sitting up towards rafters, waiting for the remainder of Team Mafia here to rotate over to A site. And here comes the Sova Recon Dart, perhaps. Yeah, there we go. The information not going to come through. Cheat code, beautiful shot. Able to cancel that recon, but Governor's there. Now makes it a 1 versus 3, and there we go. Dim Sum takes out Venture. Now 9-2. 1 round left.
This is not looking great here for the Goodfellas series. Like you said, the score is 9-2. They've been able to really clean house.
Last round before the switch.
Multiple members alive, multiple rounds in a row, and honestly, even though it's only been 3 in a row, it feels like so much more. Like these little blips of victories that Goodfellas have pulled together just feel so few and far between that, you know, it honestly feels like the game should be ending sometime soon, and we're just now heading into halftime.
It really, I mean, you're right. It does. It feels like we've been in this game for a little bit longer than we actually have, and it's just because of how controlling the Mafia has been on defensive. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep up that same momentum when they switch to attack? Dynamic running for his life. Fiend finds him. Put the headshot on the Blade Storm. 5 remaining. Not going to find the second one, though. Cheat code picks up 2 of his own. Suddenly, 2 versus 4 situation. Nilly laying down shots. Gets nothing done, though. Bomb. Going to get planted here at A site. 2 versus 4 is the retake for Mafia, and this is going to be a tough one. It's the last round of the half. And this is in the bag for Goodfellas. They just have to hold their angles and they'll be fine. As long as they play that hit, they will be fine.
Fiends do what they can, but it's just a classic at range. But even losing that member, you're now fighting into a snake pit, and it is very difficult. I believe Nilly should be showing themselves.
Player standing.
There we go. Just stomp down on Seth, but doesn't even get that much damage done. Governor's gonna pick the kill there on the cheat code. Can they get more? No. There we go. Seth comes out ahead, and 9-3 is a little bit more respectable than the potential 11-1 we were looking at the couple rounds ago. But
6 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, will Goodfellas be dominant? I don't know if we'll see that, because, I mean, if Mafia keep up their pistol percentage, right? Keep in mind, they've won 100% of the pistols so far today. They may just double-digit them right here.
Goodfellas on defense now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've looked at this score right here, 9-3. This has been a cursed scoreline. I mean, we've seen this so many times. It hits 9-3 at the half, and then whoever that 3 is takes off. But let's see if I cast or cursed it. If I did, I'm sorry. But look how aggressive Fiend is getting already. Looking to find either Dynamic or Governor. Gonna face both of them now. Dynamic, beautiful shot, starting things off, taking out cheat code. He's tagged up a bit though. Revo also gets tagged up, gonna have to back off. He's got his heals to work with though. And now immediately, right out of the gate, Mafia's got the man advantage.
It's a really tough peek there from Goodfellas. You're fighting through a poison orb, so you're coming into sight, into view, with already that decayed HP bar. So you're largely not going to find yourself coming out ahead in those one-on-one trades. That time, the numbers advantage went Mafia's way. They get the frag. They're able to reposition. They're now very slowly pushing towards A, and Fiend is coming to the flank one more time. Will he be expecting the peek from Governor? He is. He gets the frag, has to reload, has to run away. And Seth also picks up Miniature on the other side.
Fiend is just, he's a fiend. He grabbed that one kill and got out of there before he was able to get taken down. Dim Sum's about to make contact, I think. No, runs right past
30
Fiend.
seconds left.
Nilly's gonna make him pay for it. 3 versus 3 now. Sage, Sova, Viper, Sage, Sova, Jet. 20 seconds on the clock. Dim Sum's got to go for the play here now, but no, bomb's gonna get dropped
down, B.
on site, and the snake bites come out.
Player
Step
standing.
Dynamic, Venture all get one apiece. 1 versus 2 now for Dynamic. He's not in a good situation. It's Venture down there.
10 seconds left.
Rock dart, there we go. Connects with the toes of Dynamic. Beautiful ricochet maneuver, and that is going to solidify Goodfellas' 4th point on the board. Round number 2 of the second half now. 9-4.
Yeah, and that breaks the streak of pistol round victories here from Mafia. So they are currently only 5-1, I believe, in terms of pistols. So they won 4 in the first series. They've won 3.
Last map, Goodfellas won. I think they won 1 or 2 on Ascent, I believe.
No, pistol rounds. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought Goodfellas won a pistol round. I don't know. My
And all
brain's broken.
Mafia all the way, just like they're looking to keep the pressure going. Fiend comes out ahead, but it's Christmas trees up on the board as it is back in 4th.
Christmas tree. I like that because ready to green. Tagged up a little bit is Dynamic. The shock dart comes through. Rebo's there to clean him up, but he's gonna get found out by Miniature. Now it's Venture and company in a 1 versus 2 situation. Miniature not in a good position. He's got bomb though, and he's got that Sheriff, which is a 1 tap to the head. So this is, you know, it's not impossible. Venture's very close, and he's not even gonna get a chance to see the second person. Miniature gets taken out. 9-5 now. Goodfellas is, I mean, I don't want to call it too early. They're starting to come back. I don't think they're done yet.
Comeback season in full effect. That said, it is a bye now for Mafia. You can see that 5 rifles, 3 full armors. They are kitted to the gills to come in here and take back their momentum. They don't want to force it. They just want to get in here, get out, move on to the grand finals so that they can have 1 series left between them and the money. And right now, they are showing up.
Yeah, they really are. And just a quick reminder. Oh, Fiend catches the knees of Governor there. Shot him right in the cankles. Looking for another one, but no connection. But just a reminder for everybody watching at home, the Mafia is currently up in the series with 1 map on Ascent against Goodfellas. So if Goodfellas ends up pulling this one out, we'll head to a 3rd, which will be Breeze. But Cheat Code is, he wants it to happen. Cheat Code picks up a second. Rebo's there as well. Venture comes in with a little bit of damage with the shock darts. Gets tagged up himself though. Now it's a 2 versus 5 situation for the Mafia, and they are feeling the heat. For you. That is for sure.
This attacking side icebox is not fun, as the kids say.
Enemy remaining.
Just more death and violence coming through. Revo,
Flawless.
quick 3K. They even go flawless at the end of the day, which means they should be able to steal as many rifles away as possible. Which, looking at that, was 4, which is a lot.
Yeah, that is. Wait, they picked up 4 off of that? That's insane.
I think so. Nobody looks like they've purchased a full-on rifle by way of credits. So
yeah, Seth just picked up that Spectre. So I mean, it's kind of crazy. And mind you, Doc, that's actually 4 in a row for Goodfellas because they did win the last round of the second half. It doesn't count for anything. Oh wait, what's this? What? That is broken. That is broken.
Oh,
Riot,
no.
you need to have a look at that.
Faster.
Oh wait, I think he
What?
managed to pick it up again because I see
No,
a
he-
smoke
yeah,
in mid.
He did. He picked it up and placed it again, but that's still kind of. I mean,
Oh well, these things happen.
that's amazing.
Just like that, some boy, dim sum boy, picks up Seth, who did all the work for nothing. Gets a tag on the Fiend and
Oh.
gets the trade. Really was prepared.
Fiend dash right into the spray of Nilly. Here we go. That classic Sage Wall is going to allow Governor to get bombed down now.
And I love that play. Give Governor the rifle. He's been your stellar star up to this point. You want them in as good a position as possible to try and break down this wall. The Hour drones are out. Venture trying to find some information. It's going to tag off one member, but Dimsum Boy getting healed up. What can they do from this position?
Wait, did Nilly heal himself?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, suddenly a 1 versus 1. Oh.
This is over.
So Venture won that round for his team. Good job, Venture.
Inches, just pixels, just the smallest of margins. And that would have been an all-time highlight play. I mean, look at this. Rebo, cheat code, they just pop off. Governor gets one, Tip Tap gets another one, and just hits him right in the heart and isn't able to get the headshot. 87 HP there left onto Venture, and that was close. That was real close.
It was perfect. If you're Goodfellas, you love that. But, oh, look how aggressive Venture's getting. He's forced to back off because that recon does come out, but Fiend, we've seen this. I have seen this in game so much. This angle right here with an operator is deadly, but he drops off right as Nilly was about to peek it, I think, but it looks like they're going to go for rotate. We have a double Viper wall all the way down B long, and this is looking a little bit messy on the defense side for Goodfellas, but they are still a person up. They have the man advantage. Got a minute left. You just got to pick a site to go play.
And they're going back and forth. They're leaving one member there to try and play problems over at the A site, but you have to imagine if Dynamic makes the call that the site's empty, they may rotate over. But no, they're pretty committed to that B site, unfortunately. Here comes the snake pit. Oh, that might be the call. 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're in full retreat. How does Rebo know?
He got the call immediately. He started rotating as soon as Dynamic picked off that. I believe it was Killjoy, or no, it was Venture. He picked off Venture and immediately got the call. And now it's 3 versus 4. There we go. Rebo gets taken out. Now 2 versus 4. Fiend with an op, gonna get spotted by Dynamic. Picks up a 3-piece. Seth now in this 1 versus 4 gets revealed, and firing squad out of nowhere. Governor finishes him off, and now is that 10? That's 10-7. 2 more on the board for Mafia, and we'll be at match point.
That was a very hectic round from the start. We saw Dynamic solo attacking that A site, able to get the kill onto Venture, which could have signaled the full send onto the B site from really either team, but both teams making a bit of a slow call to rotate back to A. Rebo being able to get the revive there just to ruin Venture's KDA further, unfortunately, since the rest of Mafia was able to show up quite a bit quicker.
Yeah, immediately out the gate, Miniature getting a little aggressive towards mid here. He's going to find that early jet pick. That's going to be a pretty pivotal pick, too. Ooh, set. Oh! I don't even know what just happened, but it didn't warrant a heal. I mean, Dynamic got knocked down to, I think, 90 HP and got healed immediately. I mean, good teamwork from the Sage, but that might cost you when it comes to the HP. And there we go. Venture's going to prove me right. Takes out that Sage, and now Mafia is down a healer, and Goodfellas is down a controller. So it's going to be 3 versus 3 now. Governor with a beautiful snake bite sky high. Look at it soaring through the air, lands perfectly on bomb. That's
One enemy remaining
for at least the next couple seconds. Dimsum picks up a 2-piece though with the help of Dynamic, and ladies and gentlemen, we have reached match point. No, we have not reached match point. 11-7 for the Mafia. Excuse me.
A little bit early, but
I got too excited.
Those credit pools for Goodfellas, you may not be that far off. I mean, they're fighting for their life right now, and they don't really have much to work with at the moment, and that's tragic because they're gonna try and buy up a little bit here, but not too much, because if they overinvest this round, it means they have nothing left for that potential final round of the series. And you can see they have some sheriffs, and they're gonna try and make magic happen, but this isn't Disney World, guys. This is Icebox.
Yeah, an Icebox sucks. I mean, Vanilli's gonna open things up, getting 2 picks. Dynamic finds cheat code in his little bit of a rat corner there on Pipe. Looking for the second. Remo, just that quick with a sheriff, picks up a 2-piece. Beautiful shots from him. Gonna solidify the entry here, or the entry for a retake, perhaps. But it looks like Miniature. Yes, lockdown is gonna come through, and guess what? Goodfellas doesn't have a Silva ult to get rid of it. It's gonna be 2 versus 3 on the retake here. They gotta get bomb planted. There we go. They are gonna get it planted here on A site. Just as the attacking killjoy gonna run out.
One enemy remaining.
And there we go. Governor makes it a 1 versus 3, and I think it's safe to say this is gonna be match point here, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, they could just, again, wildly pop off with some magical shots.
Nope. Nope.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the way this map was meant
Match
to go.
point.
12-7, full buy incoming here for Goodfellas. We're going to be getting another time out from them. Rebo starting it, and very similar to the one we saw in the first half, it's the final round. This is all it comes down to. If you win here, you stay alive. You lose here, you go home. And they have a bye to work with. They just need to get the strategy down. And I believe last time they paused, they actually won the following round. So,
Did they?
I believe so.
I mean, it would make sense. That's honestly a very common thing, because every now and then, you know, you're getting your face slapped several rounds in a row, and then you give yourself a little bit of a break, just a mental, like, hey, let's reevaluate what we're doing, whether you're on defense or attack. We need to think of this kind of route and this kind of strategy. Hey, you need to sit there instead of where you're currently at, and sometimes that's all you need. And the timeout gives you the opportunity to fix all your problems. So hopefully, you know, 9 times out of 10 we do see the round immediately after a pause ends up getting pulled out by the team who paused. So let's see if Goodfellas is going to continue that trend here. It's 12-7. We are at match point. So if Mafia if Goodfellas drops 1 more round here, it's going to be Mafia 13-7. So hopefully for Goodfellas, they got a little bit more fight left in them.
Fiend having that operator once again. We've seen them pop off with it in the past, and with the way Mafia is lining up, they're going to be given another shot to pop off just as well. Bladestorm being popped here for Dynamic, and they're dashing forward. Hunter's Fury coming out to the door to find a little bit of space.
Oh man.
Dynamic took out Fiend.
Oh, jet on jet violence here. Dynamic looking for the second. Steph is going to catch him. A good amount of damage done as Governor is able to clean it up now. 3 versus 4 situation. Governor's stuck in this slow orb. Nearly going to go for the res onto Dynamic, but somebody's already spraying his body. They are going to be able to get bombed down as the res comes through. Now 3 versus 5 on the retake for Goodfellas. Dynamic, Venture, the trades are coming through. 2 on 3 now. Venture picks up a 2-piece. This could be a nice little retake here for Goodfellas. No, Miniature is going to put that to a grinding halt as Venture gets taken out and Nilly. Oh, here we go. Cheat code was left in that 1 versus 3, and unfortunately for him, Nilly had him dead to rights. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a nice quick 2-0 here from Team Mafia. Beautiful, beautiful work. We had a 14-12 on overtime. That first map was so close. It was beautiful to watch. And then Icebox, they just kind of came in and dominated for a while. Goodfellas didn't give up. They were still trying. They were working their absolute hardest to get things done. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. And Team Mafia is going to give them a quick 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, winning their map pick so convincingly just kind of makes sense, right? It's what you hope to do in every tournament series you play. The fact that they were able to win Ascent as well in a not so dominant fashion just goes to show that Mafia are prepared. They've played these maps enough. They have the strategies down, and it all comes just down to hitting their shots and hitting their executions. And so far today, they've been on points on both. I mean, the earlier series here today, they played swimmingly and really took advantage of a lot of things to work with. They're continuing that type of pressure, and because of that, they've now secured themselves a grand final position going up against one of the other best teams in the tournament. And so right now we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. But I do want to give a shout out to Goodfellas for showing up today. They won their quarterfinals matchup. They made it to the semifinals. That is definitely nothing to shake a stick at, and it is definitely something worth applauding.
Nothing to shake a stick at, indeed. And I just want to touch on the 2 Vipers, because we were talking about how pivotal Vipers are on Icebox, and Governor he wasn't, he wasn't too present on camera doing work, but when he was on camera, it was mainly using his abilities. When he wasn't on camera, he was going 20 and 10 with 7 assists. And Seth was also up there, 12 and 15 with 3 assists. And these are not fragging characters. They're controllers. They're meant to hold down a specific area and just dominate. And that's exactly what both of them did. And unfortunately, Seth just didn't have enough teamwork on his side to help him control that area. And Governor did, and that's going to spell victory for Team Mafia. So again, nice 2-0. GG to both teams, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going home just yet for Goodfellas. They are going to take part, in our third place match, which will be coming up soon here on the B stream with some of our other fantastic casters, Mick and the ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. So you definitely aren't going to want to miss that. And once again, we're going to give a shout out to all of our partners here, Community Gaming and PlayerzZone, for allowing us to work with them on this wonderful tournament. And they've been absolutely lights out on all ends. The players have been coming up to show out, and we've had a lot of fun here. I do want to give a shout outs to our production staff behind the table here, Sam and Ryan, who have been putting in hours of good work to make sure that you guys at home have something for us to talk over. And we're going to be taking a short break while we set up for that third place matchup. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to GLG here at the PlayerzZone 2K. Myself, Mick, is going to be joining you at the desk, and as well over to my right is going to be Ravish here. How you doing, man? It's been a while.
Far too long here,
Yo.
Mick, and you know me, man. I'm always doing freaking-tastic here, baby. So, like you said, we got some more Valorante here, so which I'm absolutely amped and jazzed to get into.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, especially looking at that map down at the bottom, baby. We going to Breeze. We never see it. It's my favorite map. I get a lot of questions of why, but honestly, y'all gonna hear the excitement. You gonna figure out why over the course of the game. And honestly, with these two teams, we got as a matchup, man. Whew, Obey Alliance, we just casted them over on the mainstream not too long ago. So for them to be coming back, us to see really them and what they can bring to the table, I'm hoping they have some kind of redemption here, to be completely honest with you, because I feel like here against all Goodfellas, I feel like they have a little bit better of a chance.
I mean, like, they just might, though, as you do got the rosters up and ready here for us. Like, you can see in front of y'all screen, like, although we not into Agent Select as of yet, but we do got everybody in as we see the picks coming on through on Obey. We just saw them on the mainstream not too long ago. They did fall, right? They did fall over onto from Scrouge, which in some not very close maps, but on here, let's see if they can bring it back as okay. I've been seeing this a lot as a Cypher picks on Breeze just for locking down just a very peculiar places alongside the map.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Goodfellas right now. A lot of just global control. That Astra, having that zone, and having with how big of a map as Breeze is, you want to have as much coverage as possible. Viper's only going to be able to do so much, and when you bring her to the table, she's going to be a necessity for here. So obviously, you're going to find her on both sides. The Cypher's going to be a great little stall over there towards that A site, or even B. Both sides of the map, there's a lot of choke points on the first engagement, those first areas. So I feel like that's going to be a great shot. Sky being a necessity. The only real difference we're seeing is that Sova to Astra. And honestly, I like both picks. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, and that alone is, with them being really viable, makes it super exciting to see what can be brought with them.
Obey's overall comp right now looks to be kind of positioned towards I would say just a little bit more aggressive in my opinion, considering they don't have as many smokers like you were saying. Like, instead, they opt in to still have the Viper on there along with the Jet for the main smokes, right? But having the Sova on their side, I find it's just so much more impactful. Like, the Sova darts here on Breeze are beautiful, right? Considering how open the map is and and how you can just scope out your opponents. So not having a Sova on Goodfellas' side, I find can be back and forth, but the Heartless Fury does come in clutch.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And I think it really comes down to, as you said, that aggression that comes from the side of Obey. It's actually a little bit different from what we saw out of them. They weren't in that earlier matchup playing very aggressive, especially on that attack side. We saw them being a little bit indecisive. So I'm hoping here on Breeze, I'm hoping they're kind of feeling the sea. They can smell the seawater. They can sit there and kind of relax a little bit and say, you know what, if we're going to go ahead and choose to go somewhere, we're going to pull the trigger on it and we're going to get in there. And I'm hoping that we can see a lot of that. And right off the rip, looking at what could possibly be default towards the middle of the map, a little bit of chaos over towards B is going to create a little bit of an interesting opener here.
You said all that aggression already coming out as they're looking to move on in. Nice flash. Orders off some 2 picks immediately here for Fiend. As they just clean up Obey. The 2 already down. 1 second back of spawn as Fiend dashes out. So the spike drop right near spawn point as well as good. I mean, like, Goodfellas good to clean them all up as Rebo finds the final, the near penultimate pick. And yep, there goes Suchai.
Nice little shot there to go ahead and close out that round for Goodfellas on the defense. And I think the way the slowdown kind of came through, honestly, we saw a great little shot from him off the rip from Obey to say, all right, we know where we're going to go. We're going to get in the middle of the map. We're going to find some control here. Just a little bit slow to the take, though, to say, all right, we need to go ahead and choose which side to go now. We created a little bit more decisions in our initial one. So to figure out whether or not we're going to go A or B, that's the end goal overall, is to find where to put that spike down. So here, I think they're being a little bit more decisive. They're figuring out, okay, A is going to be the hit. It's a lot more open. We need to go ahead and utilize Soba to be that front man, grab these flashes, and hopefully grab ourselves a couple picks to grab these Spectres out of the hands of the opposition.
Moving on the back end, to venture up against a lot of opposition. Just even dart them out, but Spider not himself though. As we go to this over on both ends, right? We spot one of the one drops right off the bridge. It's like they're falling like flies here, mate, and they're just what?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Right off the rip, a quick little finish there. Good God, and we're going to see a little bit of a replay for it. Just a shot, some blinds. It doesn't exactly matter at the end of the day. You whip out that old Spectre. Swamp, there's a done. Then just a collapse and the easy finish for the likes of Venture here. Goodness gracious.
Man, it was kind of wild how they were all just falling off the bridge. Like, you would think that they were just throwing rocks. Just immediately just which is how fast they was falling, but instead now Obey decided to take themselves over onto the A side with just the Astra they're anchoring. So over there, they're just watching the bridge and so far looking at the entrance. Smoke not gonna help them a ton as they look to inch their way onto the side one after the other. They go stuck all the way at the back. Right? Popping it back to the smoke, so nice shot from the Sujak to clear out the site. But all the rest of the good fellas already here. Queen gets one, the 4v4.
Spike
Just
down
trades
A.
back another though. Spike gets dropped as it should.
Last player
He
standing.
picked up yet again. Sova gets two more big plays coming in from Obey. As he got the gun advantage. Just one person left. 1v3 spotted out into the door. As they could look to rotate out. I don't know. Could be an interesting decision as a little Viper's bit. As they get that down and set for fall.
Fully expectable to some extent. You know, you had these rifles in hands against the likes of Spectres. You're probably going to win those matchups, and it's especially favorable for them to have 3 players alive at the end there. You want to make sure to some extent to have that kind of range to play off of. You also want to have those guns to play off of in the next round because you want to make sure that you're not really having to buy too much, because having that advantage right there, even though you win that first round, you're not getting that much credits off of it. You're not getting that much to buy with. And now, as we see a little bit of a scrappy side here, Blackmoose is going to have to sit there on that Guardian, but it's going to be enough because the entire team still has enough to play with.
Standing ahead.
Still though, with both sides having solid little buy-ups on both ends, it could be the same mid push we saw from Obey on the pistol round. But instead, as they scope out the scene, they'll spot nobody either, considering Goodfellas position a lot more towards the A site.
Out of charge.
Instead, to move all the way in through towards tunnel as they reach the doors open. Phoenix completely gone. A G-Code stuck at the backside. But they get a trade for swarms.
I know
2 people left, and it's 2v4, and that's a big little theft. A good fella stuck on the back end.
Yeah, great attempts here. Great shots across the board for them to go ahead and get themselves back in the game. Obey Alliance. I mean, they're sitting in pretty fairly comfortable right now. I mean, 4v2, you know, both players are coming here from CT. The shots come in as warning and a little bit of a snitch on each other. The Super Monkey finds one. That's going to be even closing in on this round even further.
It's just, man, he's just lax, but Rebo could probably find one, but they're closing in on him, and yep, it's just that easy. It's just, he was stuck in a corner with nowhere to go.
Yeah, and to even up that game, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to find themselves to follow up with this, grab the second round with rifles. I mean, it was a little bit scrappy of a buy there, but now they have a win streak on their hands to some extent. And they had the spike to be planted down every single time, so that's even extra credits to run off of. And that alone is sitting them really well. As you can see, Sujai, he has himself 5,000 in his pocket, and Black Moose has 4 grand. So just that alone in itself is something to laugh at for him. And then with the follow-through, you got the other guys, Goodfellas, not as good when it comes around to what weapons they have in their hands.
I mean, maybe it might depend here so far as they are the save. Goodfellas with the knives on their end too, they could look for much more aggressive position. They're set up to just posture response, everything Obey, bring it out. Seekers, be able to find a lot more. Adventure, unfortunately, on the wrong end of the barrel. And so was cheat code. Dean doesn't want to give with the knives for now, though, but only has 3 left. The needs will need to be pretty much all headshots as Spike goes down on B.
Yeah, and we see rotation coming through, and now location being revealed. Oh no! Super Monkey!
It's just so tragic. Pops up with you.
Player
What? What? All right, the right click is not balanced, clearly. But Rebo, last one left yet again. I feel bad for this guy. That's 2 rounds in a row. He only has a classic, and I mean, he's probably just gonna get pushed and taken out. But they know right click is that good, and that's
It's not exactly looking too good right there. I mean, Super Monkey just absolutely flexing in that last one, saying, you know what, I'll try and get a kill with every single weapon. I'll go primary, I'll downgrade to the secondary, then I'll go to the knife. It's like reverse gun game, I would say, to some extent. But I mean, enough there. Regardless, the dude has the skill to back it up. So overall, Obey Alliance sitting there flexing to get their third onto the board. Pistol rounds in the favor of the Goodfellas, but they're slowing down here on these rifles.
I'm gonna will say as of right now how much more slow they want to go. Still, Obey those stick with the 5-man pushes instead. So far, looking towards the B side right now as they all moving through tunnel. No one spotted, the dog taken out too. Viper is there. The wall put on the back end. At least the second fight will slow them down for a couple more seconds. But two of them already made their way onto the site. Big great divide wall to shut down all and nobody. Shotgun able to get one, but Gunflows are knocking them down as fast as picking them up. 3v3 on the side. Super Monkey makes it all the way into the back as Spike Schwig will go down. With the domain expansion from the Viper, it's 2v3 on site.
Spike planted.
2v3 could dwindle down to a 2v2. Goodfellas here on the outside, trying to look for a pick on the outside of that Viper's pit, but with everybody taking resort inside of it, they're not going to exactly see too much unless they want to get right within smelling range of that bomb site. So they got to go ahead and make a closure in on here, and getting tagged, Fiend right there, getting snitched on is not going to be too helpful.
Remaining.
No, sir, he got told on to that. He said he had to go back to the office here and we're going to go reflect on all of the did wrong, which is he should have headbatted. Of course, Obey Alliance taking their overall first 2-round lead right now. 4 rounds in a row for them on an absolute roll.
Yeah, really feeling themselves right now, just on a roll right now, as you said. 4 rounds in a row, doing what they do best. Find themselves some rounds, and I mean, they're showing that even though they kind of got shut down in the last game, that's not going to really shut them down just yet, because there's still a prize pool to work for. There's still some bragging rights here on the line. So they want to go ahead and at least cop as much as they can. So going through another round here for Goodfellas on these pistols, they really got to step things up. They got to find something, not only just a round to play off of, but they got to find a follow-up to really have those creds to play with.
Because consider right now, Goodfellas, like you mentioned, they're stuck in this thing I like to call the ping pong economy here, Mick. Where they're only able to buy up every other rounds until they get at least 2 rounds in a row as you're going into a small little pause.
Yeah, small little pause. Honestly, I mean, whether this is tech or whether this comes down to player pause, regardless, I think it's well needed right now. I mean, this is a perfect opportunity for Goodfellas to say, okay, let's go ahead and slow this down a little bit. Let's think about what we can bring to the table, because we're not exactly feeling too comfortable right now. And on the Sheriff round, honestly, this could have been something where they just take it themselves, and going into the next, that's when they really start actually utilizing those. But right now, with B looking like the hit for overall on the team, I think there could be set up. But they just got to find those shots. They got to find those angles to play off of, and they're not getting close enough to really grab the shots.
Team could possibly take this, right? Considering they have the information from the Sky first step. There we go. They managed to get one back away, and honestly, 1 pick is good enough. A lot of them being given over onto Goodfellas this time. They know where the position. They have to be careful of the angles, because one good dink could immediately mean the truck going over and onto Obey's side. And there we go, making a 4v4. B side seems to be the hits. Guys already backed off as they're going back and forth in mid, though. Seth is looking for any possible rotation instead. A side's completely open and plan to go down.
You do have that rifle. You do have that Viper with the rifle in hand, trying to go across the map for that flank, and that's gonna be the one player that can really get some shots off. Because look here in the back, man. Towards CT, you have so many lineups, and Chico can actually find one. But Super Monkey on that side is gonna be just a large enough threat on itself to really just close out a double and make this a lot less doable.
Couple more
player
players left
standing.
here too. Yep, there we go. And it's right up in the open. It's one pick is all they need. A couple more shots since the Vipers left for the back. Goodfellas, they knew they weren't going to be able to get a ton out of it, but I guess one pick is going to have to do it for now.
It'll be good enough for them. Swarms to go ahead and grab a triple there, close out that round, and obviously Zurmonk with that double. So that's going to be the collective of 2 players getting everything in that round. And going forward, I mean, with this Hunter's Fury on the defensive side, it has to be a little preemptive. It can't be too reactionary because you don't know where that spike's going to come down. Such a large map. You have to be ready for it on the fly and positioning yourself towards middle map. And right now with these rifles in hand, with Goodfella giving themselves an actual opportunity to fight back, Fiend needs to be that front man for it. I mean, the operator on this map, this is the operator's strongest map, I must say. With the lineups that come through, having that middle influence, and even then on tunnel towards A site, there's so many spots where you can really take advantage of it. And Fiend is going to take a completely unorthodox route and say, I'm going to get as aggressive as I can.
He pushes them all the way to the door, but coming on the other side, the shutting down can be big, but the dart was even bigger. Gives you a lot of information. This should be all the members. I'm going for rotating over. This Fiend gone off down too. And Soba's cleaning up. As the A side is just completely theirs, Mick. But one more person left. Sav managed to get one. Okay, make that 2 instead. Over the back of the site, but Double Peak will not be able to do it. Managed to get 3 down by the end of it. Hurts to their economy. But Obey would get the round.
That round is going to be, I wouldn't say massive really, because they're just kind of running off momentum now. I mean, this is 6 in a row for them. They're feeling comfy in itself. I mean, momentum is already in their favor. These guys, their mental fortitude is just skyrocketing because they just the way they're getting these buys in, the way they're just running these rounds, shutting down every single angle. Honestly, I don't see why this should change anything, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it at the end of the day. And honestly, Obey, they're not feeling broke at all. They are rich as can be.
So far, though, like you said, pushing up all the way with the pistols as they make their way onto the site. With 2 immediately cleared down as they were a little bit far pushed up. A side is there, Spike should go down too. Goodfellas down to just 3 people. As Storm is looking in for any possible rotations to come in through tunnel. Instead, it looks like you might as well go for the save, but Fiend. Beautiful flick. I can't find the second click, unfortunately. One through the doors. Goodfellas. Look for any more exits.
Yeah. Enough exits are really going to be there. You can just show this man out the door, show him onto the next life, into the next round. Right now, I feel like this is where Goodfellas, honestly, they could have themselves the edge. They just need to find a way to really bait out these ultimates as quick as possible because, I mean, looking at Obey Alliance, what they have to deal with, it is like Christmas right now on the top. You've got that green and red with so many just kind of little dazzling lights just scattered across it. That alone, just all these ultimates. This could be a chaotic rest of the half, but I feel like, honestly, Obey Alliance, they're going to really just kind of save what they're going for. And we're going to see Goodfellas trying to just shove those out as quickly as possible. I think right here in the center, we already see that Blaze Storm coming out. So that could be a threat in itself.
There you go. Vipers could also put down onto the A side too. That means that Obey position to try to go in onto the B. The Flashes don't find any tags either. But Fiend will find one tag instead onto Swarms and get the second. Unfortunately, just opt down. But Chico doing all the work they possibly deal with 2 people left. From Obey, all of not necessarily invested. Chico cleans up on site.
A little bit of a BM there from the likes of Super Monkey, and I feel like that's really what cost them, because now you give Goodfellas a round on the board. They utilized 2 ultimates that round. They really got themselves to cash out, and they have guns in hands of the players as well, but they didn't make sure to follow it up because, as you said, it's that ping-pong economy going back and forth. Even if you win one, you have to win the next. Otherwise, you don't lock out that other team. They get that advantage once again, and right now, with Fiend having that operator in hand, I think as long as he gets the lineup with Obey not having that long-range rifling, that should be enough for them to get the edge so long as they use it right. Instead, the Blade Storm coming out, opting for aggression.
Another vessel from air, the Seekers out to you as well to give him a lot of information. You know, A-side's left with the tag is one more tag all the way at the back though. Goodfellas already losing 1 member.
I know exactly where
We're gonna spike down and the neural theft though from Obey. Well, try to position them to see how they try to go with his 5v4 lead take. The position all the way at the
One
back.
enemy
That's
remaining.
up, down, Obey! With a huge cleanup and a big fight of Super Monkey.
Yeah, Super Monkey with a 4K, man. He's been
Last
showing out
round
this
in
day.
the half.
This guy, I don't know what he took before coming into this match. I don't know if he's like a football player at heart with those smelling salts, but I mean, whatever it is, give me some of it, because that's going to help me climb the ladder, because he's climbing the leaderboard just as efficiently.
Now, if we are looking at Obey across the board, like it's been so extremely dominant from both these ends. You should woof woof with the back, bro. 8-2 because all these rounds and all you mentioned it's momentum based and they're looking to find more.
Right now, there's going to be the kills right off the rip. You got to find that first blood and you got to play off of it. And that's what they're fighting for in this A short area right there in the tunnel north near market. But with the shots coming out, Chico's going to find that first, and Goodfellas have themselves an advantage, and they're going to capitalize on it.
A.
I'm gonna catch them off guard, though. They want to make it at least an 8-4 half. Would be pretty advantageous. Would be quite nice. And they're doing the swift work of that completely. Now, I am of the opinion, and as we all know, that Breeze is an attacker side of map. So Goodfellas, even with the performance, are putting up some solid numbers. So they could turn it around or into the next. 2-2 for now. Obey Alliance. Looking to carry that momentum as forward as possible. Spike not in their hand. They've got to do something.
Oh!
Adventure. Whoa! With a sick dink. Just Soba left with absolutely no util at
30
all.
seconds left.
Turns around more likely. Yep, bye.
Right there. Goodfellas get another one onto the board. That's exactly what they need. And I was going to
Switching
mention that they
sides.
need to go ahead and slow down the game to some extent. And honestly, that round to go 8-4, as bad as it was looking for them for a while, this is most definitely doable. We've seen comebacks time and time again. As you said, with this map, you feel like it's attacker-sided. I feel like it's fairly even across the board. A lot of people like to disagree, but with the way it's panning out right now, it's definitely doable for them. So long as they win these first two again, sitting at 6-8, have those rifles to follow through. They can lose a round or two, but they're going to have money in the bank to really invest in and play off of, because those stonks are going to be rising in their back pockets as they're playing. So right now, this is definitely looking good for them, and especially with the ghosts they have in hand, it's only going to be one for the side of Goodfellas. So that's really concerning with how long range this map is, because Obey is cashing in on the fact that they're going to hit their shots a lot more consistently.
Like you said, these first two I'd account for a hugely fast push. Coming to RTA, 5v5 completely all across the board. 1-for-1 trade, look at Super Monkey. Doesn't matter to get the flex. Good, like looking in through Hall.
One enemy
He was trying
remaining.
to clean him up, and G's just clean.
Oh,
That's the 4K by the end of it.
that's what I'm saying, man. These ghosts on this map is absolutely massive. It's all about range and utilizing the long-range combat that is Breeze because of how big this map is. And it comes down to those weapons that can really utilize that don't have too much of a damage drop-off, and the ghost is one of those weapons. With the fire rate, the whole just damage ratio, it's a lot better than that of the Sheriff. And it's a nice little follow-up, especially when we saw in the back. Super Monkey grabbing a couple shots with that, getting a good bit of damage onto the field for Sujai to just really clean up and get himself that super clean 4K, especially after that great start. And I think we're going to see Goodfellas trying to double down and say, all right, we messed up a little bit that first time, and we don't exactly have the fast rifling to go up against this, because Black Moose can be set up with that Marshall to grab one, or possibly a second here in the tunnel.
The tunnel's already. You can see Seth Khan in the tunnel visualing in, falling. But still being
What?
Wait, how?
Spike
Okay.
down A.
All right. I mean, I guess. He somehow manages to make it up. Bro, what happened? What?
I'm not exactly too sure myself, man. Honestly, I expected a little bit more out of Goodfellas right here on this defensive side, and honestly, this is the third round. So this is where these rifles come out, and this is where the game really could turn on its head, so long as they find these picks. And I think with, 4 of these guys running rifles now, sitting in this area where they have a weapon advantage, they have to win this round, because if they don't, it's going to spell disaster and possibly the end of the game if they don't step it up here.
Sasha right up in front of the, like you said, Obey. We know how much they play off momentum. I will see how much more they can get right now. Feed pushing a little bit far up though. Back and forth so far. Unfortunately though, the gun might not be to the advantage of Monkey.
I've got your trail.
Same with that Marshall Chico cleans up too. We've seen him come up big before. Trying to anchor it onto the sights, and as it becomes a 3v2, Goodfellas spike in their hands. Sujai barely on the reload. Managed to find the pick. Nice little tag. Little wall bang, and now it's a 3v1. Venture manages to find him instead. But still, they know exactly where he's stuck. Did tag down to just 23 health. Looking for any sort of possibility for a 1v1 could save the round. Oh, a Super Monkey takes him out.
In those scenarios when you had that 2v1, you want to stick it together as close as possible. You want to look for that swing. You want to find those trades. You want to play off your man. And that's to some extent what Obey did, but I feel like the confidence ran a lot higher because we see right now, we're going to see a timeout, a legitimate one, a strategic one for the side of Goodfellas to figure out, okay, what the heck is going on? We sat there, we won those first 2 rounds. That's really all we've grabbed for the entirety of this game. We found a couple there towards the end, but it almost felt like they were handed to us to some extent. So I feel like being on this attack side, they're questionable what they can do. And honestly, the one place I haven't seen too much control around has been that mid. And it's such a large area that I feel like they should go ahead and take a shot on it.
I mean, could be a huge possibility, right? But considering they're on the save right now as well, they know like this round is honestly kind of foregone unless they come up huge. This next round going into match point possibly for Obey is really where I'm looking at Goodfellas step up. Like you mentioned, their control could be really nice. Considering we saw Obey do a lot of that within their mid rounds and even the pistols. But considering where and how they're set up, it could look to be the take, right? It's Spike's going towards there as well. I would see a lot of attention with possibly just one anchoring on the A site to catch up any rotations that be that Astra. Taribo could come up huge as you might get what you want here, Mick.
Which, I mean, I was really just thinking more long-term because you don't want to use the timeout for one round, right? You want to sit there and think about the long-term, what options you can open up and what's more available. And with A looking like a option here for Super Monkey trying to peek these tunnels, he's going to rotate to that mid. So you want to find your way up the map as fast as possible so he doesn't have that time to rotate and get these picks. And then with the establishment coming through, Venture finding one, this is actually looking like an option for him as so long as they pick that weapon up.
It'll depend a lot on whether or not this guy gets caught out, but like you said, A looks to be the take Super Monkey. Oh! But for one trade, the gets down swarms, but like, no one's actually finding him right through the mid, bro. As he goes to the doors, he's getting mowed down. Black Moose almost with a structure takes him out, but Super Monkey with the 3K. Goodfellas looking at elimination.
Yeah, I mean, the operator, like I said, you just got to move a little bit faster if you're going to go there towards that center if you don't have the weaponry to back it up. And those first couple shots were most definitely making it look doable for the side of Goodfellas there. But Super Monkey with the operator facing a whole bunch of guys that have pistols, it's like Goliath with the fly swatter. I mean, the man really doesn't have to worry about anything. He's going to find a way to shut you down one way or another. So you just got to move that much faster to really follow through on something and have that plan. And with Goodfellas not really being too quick to the cut, that's something that's just really slacking on them and not giving them too many opportunities to breathe. But maybe we see ourselves another A hit going on, but there's a lot of preparation already stacked.
Goodfellas fighting for survival. This is it, and all it comes down to. Playing it a lot slower this round, but Black Moose can possibly open it up. Oh, you know, we definitely saw the Viper and the bite, but they slowed them down with Sky being out, and oh, never mind, on the other end, big picks to get down, 2 opt down as well. That means B-side's completely there for the taking. Around 3v4 with no op and no Sky. Oh, they have to do a lot of work to possibly keep themselves into it, but this round could be all Goodfellas.
I got the spike.
Yeah, being with that operator, that could be a big advocate for that, so long as he can pass off the spike, because with him carrying that, he's going to get aggressive. So I think, honestly, it's a weird option for them to go ahead and go through with this, but it doesn't matter, because Steph is going to find himself 2 more to get themselves a much easier round to play off of, with only 1 player left to really worry about there in the back.
That was disgusting.
Hold up.
As he's just completely one-tapped him. I don't even, like, my man didn't even flinch for that. Okay, I'm gonna try to move forward.
Revealing area.
But that was just it take a lot of me to do so. On the other end, it's kind of just stuck in a 3v1. Obey, no, they have the over advantage. They gotta invest too much into it. And Fiend saves the op and gets another shot down.
Right here, I mean, this is Goodfellas' last rally, right? I mean, they got to be flawless from here on out. They've given up a little bit too much there in the early game. They got to get 7 in a row if they want anything going on here, because this isn't a series of 3. This is a best of 1 right now. So they have, not only is it 1 map to really cover, it's 1 more round until this is all over. And I think Goodfellas are going to be pretty desperate moving forward to get anything out. Oh, unless Obey Alliance have any kind of just different opinion to say about it.
If you notice right now too, is Goodfellas managed to get this round. They will actually put Obey on the save too. So they couldn't really start this streak all the way back to stay alive. But this round, yet again, they have to come up as big as they did before. They managed to find a lot of early picks previously, but I don't imagine Obey will play the exact same way. So Seekers put out from Obey. Try to find any sort of early position they find. 1 position, well 2. Right towards the B site, but then I'll rotate anybody over here, Mick. A Spike is still outside A.
Slow, methodical. Right here, you want a little bit more establishment. You want a little bit more control, at least on one of these sites. And with that Blades Fury, you want to also find something to really give yourself to work off of. So I think with this default, it's super ballsy, but it could definitely pay off so long as they find the right picks.
So far, he said the picks will come from either side as right now. Venture, but so Haunted Spirit gets 0 tags, so no information given over. And Cheat Code actually
30 seconds left.
Suffered a lot of wallbangs, but instead Fiend cleans them on up. Instead, 2 fall down, 1 after the other. Rebo position right towards door as Obey just fall. Just 2 giant left. Okay, that was a nice pick, but that's really a match. Like we said, Goodfellas get the spike down, get the round. Now Obey should be on the save.
Yeah, they are to some extent. That's what they're going to have to work with, and that's really their only option if they want to force and really shut themselves down for another 2. So I think that's going to be the move right here. Honestly, the Blade Fury is available for Super Monkey, and with the way he's been playing this game, it's definitely doable so long as he gets aggressive enough to really feel in his element. And I think with Fiend stepping up to the plate here, that operator now on the field, he has one at his disposal as well. And they're not going to have the luxury of saying, all right, we can go ahead and use that on a save and go ahead and figure out a different time to use it. It needs to be burnt, man. It needs to be used here soon, and it needs to get suppressed.
Marshall beating out the operator. Instead, Rebo with the 3K on the back end. Catches them all by surprise and said goodnight. Obey, though, it started off hot, but they will fall. Unfortunately, though, it looks so good, but it turns so bad. Goodfellas staying alive 1 after another. The op will be recovered too. And they only lost 1 out of that. What a beautiful round.
I want to know who Steph is. This guy, I think he just handed the keyboard and mouse to his big brother or something, because this half, he's really been stepping it up. I mean, so many outside picks, hasn't exactly had like all the 3 pieces or 4 pieces in the world, but every single kill is somewhere where you least expect it. It's almost like it's like an immortal going into iron. It's like, where are these shots coming from? None of this makes any sense, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter so long as it's working.
I mean, and it is working, my friend. Same type of push we saw previously here from Obey a couple rounds ago, though, but Goodfellas stacked up all as 5. Not looking to overcommit. From either end, though. Still,
you want to fight it?
Listen towards the B site. Fair amount of sight for Utah as they put down the wall to cut the site in just about half. As they inch the way in.
Get out of my way!
Obviously, Beast is hit here. I mean, this is what the team's looking at. This is where they're really going in for, but they got to find a couple picks, and with Soba being the opener and Steph grabbing that retaliation, that Viper's Fist going to be massive because this guy is really feeling himself, and the rest of the team is finding a wife.
Seth finding 2K there, though, but making it a lot more even than it possibly might have been. Like you said, just that Viper's Pit is coming up huge, and right now, Obey, they know that they lose this, and on the save here yet again. Consider the way the econ is positioned, but Swords. This could be a really big flank. The match to catch them off guard. Just right up here, right in the back. A side puts spray down. Doesn't match get any tags. It gets taken out though. A little bit early on the flank.
This is looking a lot more doable, man. I mean, I don't want to get kind of edged here at the end. I want to actually see an overtime if we can get around to it, because Goodfellas, they are stepping up to the plate. This is now 4 in a row, 8-12. They just got to do the same thing they just done to get themselves to overtime, and it's completely plausible so long as Obey can sit there and not find an answer. But taking this timeout is going to be massive for them. They got to figure out, all right, look, we were playing around at some extent. I'll completely admit we were so far ahead we didn't really have to worry about it. But now everything's really catching up to them quicker than they can really react. And being on another save round, this is going to spell at least another, I'd say, triumphant attempt here for Goodfellas to go ahead and get another one and inching that much closer.
It's a good timeout as well, coming off the side of Obey. Like, they know they've been, it's been a little bit less stellar in these past, like, at least 2 rounds, considering how they've just been getting caught out one after another. Like, maybe there's been a little bit of miscommunication as to which angles are clear and which ones are not. Considering it's been a lot of free picks and just so much control given over to Goodfellas, which they didn't have to take, honestly. 4 rounds in a row, Goodfellas, like you said, definitely feeling themselves and the momentum completely on their side. And with Obey on the save, future planning is the name of the game.
Yeah, it's really just kind of finding a way. You got 4 rounds, you need to at least win one of them. You got to have a 25% ratio of wins on these rounds right now to even just close out this game. But I think with the aggression coming through, the sit back here for the side of Goodfellas, they actually could be prepared for this.
Just rushing in all the way back into spawn. Up with the match to catch us. Suja to try to get one more there. Okay, they're just trying to overwhelm him to get the opto. But instead, Reaper cleaning up on the back end. That was a nice flip. From Black Boot flashed out. That's reposition, doesn't die from this. Okay, gets a second. We'll get back and forth. We'll go for a possible wall bang. That's what's coming in from the backside. But one more flip. Cannot do it. So somehow, cheat code. That could have been the end round.
That was way too close for comfort. I mean, from the way everything was panning out, Goodfellas really seemed like they had themselves something to run off of. They were playing Ring Around the Rosie with Moose, but I mean, the guy is absolutely insane with that sheriff. He's gunslinging like a cowboy right now, but there's just not enough to really back it up. And at Sworns, it was kind of a little bit dirty. Like, honestly, you want to go ahead and win this game, but honestly, don't interrupt the pistol fight. This is a time of honor. This is tradition, and you're going to go ahead and fracture on that. It's a little bit disrespectful, so I understand. Go ahead and shut him out and say, no, you got to earn your win.
Fast push put over to people control, also not in their favor either, as they completely smoked out the Obey. After trying to respond, but they get tagged up. Swords, that's the worst possible thing to happen to him. Unfortunately, just that drone catching him, and with that down, this round yet again could look to be all good, fellas.
Spike planted.
On a serious run back between these two. It's 3v3. Suja gets one more. Now look at Chico. This time he's gone big for his team previously.
Right here.
Can he go big or catch one? There we go. Vetch with a beautiful flick. And trying to quick scope them out of it. But they gotta push as one as they're all looking at the back of the site behind these walls. 2v3. It's a beautiful flash there for Fiend. As they look to enter the site, they're managed to get him either end. There we go. The double P from Goodfellas.
This is doable, man. Honestly, that's all they had to do in that round was space out Super Monkey. The man had an operator that's super scary, knowing he's sitting on back arches towards CT.
Careful.
Has a wide open view of this map. So long as you step out, you're most likely going to die. So that whole entire play to say, we have this fight down. Let's just play into it. Let's sit in the back, get a little bit comfy, listen, use our ears more than our guns right now, and figure out when to move and play around that site. That's exactly what they did, keeping their men alive. Fiend still having an operator in hand of himself now, while we see Obey Alliance on another save. So this is looking as extremely doable, because I want to say, with the way they've been playing, this should be guaranteed, as long as they find this spike towards the A site, which is looking like where the influence is going right now.
Chico finds one, so you know this isn't really the take. Considering they obey Alliance every time it's been on his save, they go off with these fast pushes. Immediately has 3 to 4. And with one person left all the way at the back. Obey. A lot of rounds given over, but on the side of Goodfellas, this could be the comeback. And I'm the century almost, man. So many rounds in a row. There's that tag. 1 round stand is away from them from overtime.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say come back in the century. It was 8-4 at the end of that last half. So things were obviously looking somewhat bright for these guys. But after so much of a let up at the beginning, they just didn't have too much to play with. But right here, we have seen them absolutely rally. They are really back in this game. They're not putting the spike just down yet. They're really taking their time because they only have one man to worry about, and that'd be Soba. And with these Seekers at hand, I doubt they're going to be used right now. I might as well have a team to follow up on them with. But it's going to be somewhat of an attempt because you want to at least shut down the econ to some extent. You want to make sure they have to buy those weapons so they can at least get robbed of you still. But with Fiend right there, finding himself that last frag to go ahead and close this out in a flawless round. 3 versus 2 on the ultimates, 11 and 12 on the rounds. And Goodfellas, I feel like, I'd say the mental fortitude of Goodfellas Obey Alliance is sitting about an 8 to a 4. So, I mean, honestly, they are really doing this, and I am wanting the comeback now. I'm not a favor towards any team, but I am favorable for these. I'm favorable for some overtimes, baby.
I mean, like I said, it was an attacker-sided map. Goodfellas been proving me right, but even though first 2 rounds go their way, they just can't close out.
You want to
And
fight?
so, like you mentioned, yeah, that's maybe the comeback obsession. I was overestimating a little bit, but a nice one at that. Seekers put out right way immediately. They will tag 1. Artist Fury in response, so look to put the man advantage in their hands. Unfortunately, that third tag goes a little bit wide. Managing to only get 1 from Obey's Andos. And
Blocking vision.
back yet again, position on the B site. Be a 5v5 retake.
This gives the advantage over to Goodfellas because we haven't seen a pick come through yet. We don't have any min advantage, but we do have a little bit of pressure now saying, okay, this retake has to happen quick. But with frags coming through for Goodfellas, grabbing 2 with Sujai with some kind of retaliation, it's just not enough because the frags are out, the kills are coming through, the Hunter Series there is a follow-up with 1 man left. It all relies on that Cypher man, Sujai. There with 1 actually.
I mean, he's stuck at the back when he's up against the Robin. I think he can 2. We're going to overtime, man.
Overtime, baby! Honestly, look at that. Look at that scoreboard, man. That is gorgeous. It's not too much ping pong. It's not too much back and forth. You'd like that to go ahead and close out a game with, but once we get in these overtimes, it's just nice to see a nice, clean scoreboard across the rip. And I mean, this is it. This is what you want. And honestly, the way things are going, we see no operators being brought out. And that was the biggest weapon we've seen so far out of both sides of the field of who's getting these frags. I mean, Theme was absolutely just riding it all the way up to here on 12 rounds. And then we also saw Super Monkey take a couple attempts here and there and also get some good frags and really have a heavy influence on these rounds. So honestly, with the way things are considered, it may be an option on the defense for the side of Obey, but I think right now they're just trying to play a little bit more aggressive and build right back into their element as we see them just kind of pushing up.
With the first pushing out over. We saw how well they did previously, but we know, like you say, over and over again. These attacks from both ends have been exquisite, but
Spike down
they both part of the first tag. We know how that snowball's over. Fortunately, good trade. But their end is a whole other bridge, and they're just sniping them with no op to venture. Give yourself a little bit with these jump shots. But Obey are just stuck here, man, and Black Moose can only do so much. His 1v1s would be crucial. Stuck with 2, only 30 health, and only gotta move together. Black Moose, can he do it? 3 kills? And only 4 health. It needs to be perfect precision. He finds him. Oh, but cheat code. Right swing, right time.
Right there, man.
Switching
Black
sides.
Moose, honestly,
Match
with
point.
how many scenarios he's been in and what he's made out of that, he's probably the scariest player on the team. Even though he's at bottom of the leaderboard, once he gets in that 1v something situation, he's almost a sleeper. That's exactly what he is. To say, okay, Lord knows what could go on here. I'm sitting there time and time again. Oh, he's at the bottom. He only has 13 kills. Who cares? If you're putting him in a 1v4, that just gives him that much more to take. And sitting there grabbing 2 and just dwindling it down to that factor in itself, honestly, if he stands up and really grabs a couple right off the rip, I feel like Obey could find themselves a much easier game to close out.
Obey on the other end, considering how we saw them on the defense, right? They have a chance to try to possibly make it up. But Goodfellas have not let go of this momentum that they've held on since round 5 of the second half. No early picks given on over, but we've seen how Goodfellas snowballed off of that. And this attacking op is actually kind of sick.
Right there, man. I'm completely with you. This is what we need. We need a little bit more establishment. And overall, we just need a little bit more to play with.
Toxins going up.
They rotate out, looking towards the B side instead. The Cypher is positioned there, anchoring the site. Camera would spot them out if they possibly get noticed. Super Monkey, though, gets tagged. So they know they would have to be careful on the swing, possibly flash him out if they are to try and move in onto B.
30 seconds left.
Yep. Slow, methodical. When the game on the line for both sides, I mean, 1 round differential, the favor over towards the side of Goodfellas, this has to be large. And Super Monkey with that initial pick, he's probably going to be stepping up once again to be just as large because this spike has to go down.
Yes, sir. Like you said, 10 seconds left to go. Suja just have to delay, but he's just completely gone. 6 more seconds left here. 4, 2, 3. Obey Alliance. An 8-4 half, 12-5 pretty much, but 12-4, honestly, all these rounds in their favor. Storms would keep it alive. It's 2-2. Black Moose with the Odin, but he falls. It is just up to Storms. 3rd place, rest in the balance. Right here on Breeze. Goodfellas. We saw phenomenal rounds on the 4, and it does not stop here. Goodfellas take it back in such a phenomenal and like beautiful, just like exquisite run back.
That sucks. I'm gonna be real for Obey. That's all I can say, dude. That sucks. That is such a large lead. Riot does it again, man. You never win that 12th round. Never. I've never seen it close out right there on the 12th. It's always a couple. And Goodfellas said, oh, Goodfellas, oh, this is a good situation to be sitting in. I can't. That's too good. You can't make this crap up.
Man, I gotta feel bad for Obey here, bro. It's like they tried their damnedest. So like they did their absolute best, but like even in just the previous game before the semis, like, you know, it was a tough half, and like now in this one, Hey, I mean, GG's over to the Obey guys.
Yeah, let's not get things wrong here.
Absolutely worked your hearts out, bro. But I'm sad it had to end this way. But to Goodfellas, goddamn, that was nice.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I mean, what a run for them. Go ahead, get that 3rd place. Get that money, man. Get that money. You know, get that bag. And honestly, that's what they've done. So great attempt from them. But at the end of the day, none of this action is over just yet because it's brought to you by PlayerzZone. It's brought to you by Community Gaming. And it's not over just yet because we still got grand finals going on. So that's going over on the mainstream at PlayerzZone TV. If you want to look it up on Twitch or anything. But right here, we're probably going to go ahead and raid this stream coming up here soon. And honestly, I want to go ahead and get on this because they got a second map coming up. That's a best of 3 they got going on over there. So honestly, that's where the big bucks are at. And with that, honestly, unless you got any closing words, Ravish, I want to get these boys over there seeing this matchup.
We good. Let's go. Goodfellas, GG, Obey. I hope you guys are okay. All right.
All right, we'll catch y'all here in a little bit.
starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets 2. Make it 3. Oh, that's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy! He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Oh my God! Look at it! What?
You can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Connects on 3. Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Don't pick it again. Okay.
Give him another.
Okay.
Give him another.
Oh no!
Baby, yes!
He's able to open up a flank angle, so that forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get 4. Can he find that ace? Giza is tanked very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea Stealthy is tough.